like to call the Wednesday, February 22nd, 1 p.m. School Board Workshop Information Only meeting to order. Would everybody please rise for a moment of silence, pledge allegiance, and the national anthem. Thank you. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Be seated. We'll start with roll call at the end of the table.
Will Furry present.
Christy Chong present.
Sally Hunt.
Cheryl Massero present. And for the dais, Dr. Conklin is in the air on the way to Los Angeles. And when she lands, we will stop and she will join by phone. So everybody knows what's going on.
And Kathy Milstead, I'm here.
All right. We're going to go, is there any special announcements? Nothing?
Workshop.
Okay, we're down to, and any agenda additions or changes?
No, ma'am.
Public comment, anybody sign up for public comment?
Board liaison updates.
Okay, did I skip that?
Yes.
It's not- that's not on here.
2.02.
Yes, board liaison updates. Who would like to start? Shall we start down at the end there with you, Mr. Furry?
Can you come back to me? I've set the.
Yes, we can do that.
Get somewhere.
Okay, are you ready, Ms.
Yeah.
Chong?
I had a chance to visit Buddy Taylor a couple weeks ago, so had a nice meeting with Ms. Kronk and got to see the school and talk about a few things. For Bunnell Elementary, I visited during Literacy Week, and I have to reschedule with Mr. Sanfilippo because all my kids were sick. School health services update. Flu and RSV are down. There's still some COVID. Of course, we always encourage hand washing, taking your vitamins, getting plenty of fresh air and sunlight. There was a discussion on the no-knit protocol, which it's not something that should come before the board. Just the CDC requirements. I guess there's a difference between Volusia and Flagler, and just a concern about absences. I guess Volusia doesn't have a no-knit policy, but again, it's just whether they're going to change that protocol or not. I think that's it.
Liaison roles. I met with Mr. Lee at Rimfire this week, and also Mr. Peacock. We had a really, I think, wonderful, productive meeting with the Carver Center, with the board for Carver, and just to bring everybody up to date. people at the table right now. The sheriff with Benell, Shelley Ragsdale, who's a big person here in the community. And we're really looking at discussions on strategy going forward. And so Benita is in the process right now putting together a SWOT analysis in order to build out that strategic plan. And so I'm feeling really great about Carver Center right now, and that, again, the right people are at the table, and we've got like structure and a plan in place for kind of making that facility the most beneficial it can be for the community. Josh, is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay, good, all right. So anyway, that is the update I wanted to share.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go with, it's been a busy month because everybody's been meeting. So Matanzas High School SAC, we had a meeting, and they took the mid-year review of their school improvement plan and where they're progressing and where they need to add a little more emphasis. New course selection process has been developed, and it's nice the way this works that every student will get to meet with their guidance counselor at one point before they actually make their selections. Very excited about that, and so was my daughter. The school's cybersecurity program did a wonderful presentation. That's up and coming. There's a lot of money out there for cybersecurity. There are 2 young men that presented, so I was very excited to see how that's growing. And we just saw a grant come through for Flagler School Board Association of a grant for cybersecurity, and I pushed it right over to Principal Bozeman because I think that's something they might be able to take advantage of and even get. The problem is it comes in with technology. You need to have separate everything, separate servers, separate everything, because it can't be affiliated anyway with the school system, because we don't risk it being hacked, but they're learning all those skills, so that's a plus. Flagler Tobacco Prevention Partnership met. SWAT clubs are currently very active at FPC, Buddy Taylor Middle School, and Indian Trails Middle School, and a new club is being established at Matanzas High School, which is a plus. From January 2022 to December 22, the district had 235 students required to take Tobacco 101. 235 students. Those are basically vaping kids in our school system, and once they get caught, they have to take that or they get pressed with charges. So I just want to highlight that. That's not good. Most of the students, 9th graders, a couple 5th graders, mostly 9th graders. So that's just for you to know. PAL's been extremely busy providing all types of activities to area youth. Plus they established a new partnership with the city of Benell to utilize all of their parks for events. So that's really good with the city of Benell. PAL is also looking forward to the possibility of having an office at the new expansion area in the Carver Center. So that's something that's in discussion phase. Focus on Flagler Youth Coalition, they met, and one of their biggest events is when they take, it's called Advocacy Day in Tallahassee, and they take a number of our students up there early and they spend the night, and they get up early and go into the Capitol and speak with legislators, which is a really good opportunity for our students. What was special about this year is Senator Hudson got a special interest in them, and he actually took them for a tour. They were down on the House floor and the Senate floor, and they were using all the equipment, and he was explaining how it worked. So that had to have an impact on the students that were able to attend. So that was a big plus. Virtual teen town halls. Last teen town hall on vaping was awesome, but it was poorly attended. So we've got to do better trying to get the word out. We have problems in this district with vaping. It's obvious by the numbers that are being arrested, so we've got to really pinpoint that a little better. They're looking to expand the teen town halls and going to award community service hours to participants, which I think is a big plus, because this information is information all students should get, and it's experts that are delivering it, so that's a good thing. Work with the DJJ, and they're making youth on probation participate, so that's a whole different avenue. Kids that are on probation now are going to have to attend the virtual teen town halls, because there's a lot of information they should have. The next event is March 30th. The topic is power and manipulation. Power and manipulation, P&M they call it, and that's for bullying, dating violence, and human trafficking. I can't tell you how important that is when I get to see a lot of our students, unfortunately, in the system, and that is topics that are involved there. So hopefully we'll have a good turnout. Teen Summit's coming. It's Saturday, April 29th in the GSB, and it's for high school and middle school students. As that approaches, they'll give us more information. Flagler Auditorium Governance Board, I'm going to end on this note, and somewhat of it's a sad note. First, definitely their sales are doing well, they're becoming a good income, starting to generate that. But unfortunately, their director, Amy Fulmer, is on drop, and she will be ending her career there, and a new position and a new person will be hired to take over governing that facility. So that's what most of the meeting was about. With HR present, Mr. Ouellette was there, and Mr. Jeffries, and we're going to get that done. So that's my report.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
So first off was the African American Mentorship Program, AMP. I had my opportunity to meet with these gentlemen. What a wonderful group of guys that just have a passion for advancing education for all kids. They mentor them, but not just African American kids, for all kids. They had recently had a successful field trip to Embry-Riddle, which they said they had great success with that and great reviews from that, and they're looking forward to doing that again. One thing that they're excited to hopefully start up here soon is to expand some of their mentoring activities after school, and have asked me to request if we could get them some dedicated space where they can do this mentorship program after school, something that they could literally have all day long also. So that's something we can talk more about, but that is a request of theirs. Moving on, we have Indian Trails Middle School. At their SAC meeting, it was quite a neat presentation by a group of students called the Doodle Crew, and they were very passionate about doodling and the benefits that it can have for certain students. So they actually they petitioned the SAC board in a Shark Tank-like presentation. It was very well done. I was very entertained and proud to see them using their creativity to get little doodle baskets made that they could distribute throughout the school, and they were successful in getting that approved. Also, the chess and checker club are getting new boards. They were very excited about that. Moving on to Indian Trail, Belterre Elementary. They're very excited for their Bobcat 2K and Family Walk on March 4th. Just note that date there if you're interested. Excited to have awnings installed over the walkway to keep our car riders dry, so that was something that they're very happy about. And they had a great Capturing Kids heart transaction visit with a lot of positive feedback. And one last from the chamber, this is actually for the junior chamber. They are putting on a health fair, and it's going to be held at Bunnell Elementary School on the 26th between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. And this is going to be free to the community, and some of the services they're going to provide are general physical exams, eye exams, ear exams, beneficial health, free haircuts for kids, access to health services, car seat checks, and financial security workshop and reading workshop. So make sure to put that on your calendar if that interests you. And that's what I have for liaison updates.
thank you. All right, agenda additions and changes, we did not have any, so we're going to go to public comment. Did anybody sign up for
There is no
comment?
public comment at
All
this
right,
time.
we're going over public comment at this point. So we're going to jump down to 6, academic services and information. 6.01, accreditation update. Ms. Moore, Mr. Stazancic, and Ms. Bosworth.
Good afternoon, board. We wanted to come back before you to discuss accreditation. We did come before you to inform you that we were in the accreditation process, and we've uploaded the timeline and the things that we've been able to accomplish during this process. We have assembled a team. We started that in November. We've also done self-assessments based on our cognitive standards. We've collected our data and evidence around those standards. We've surveyed our stakeholders, and they've provided feedback, and then all of our evidence had to be uploaded into the Cognia platform by February 1st, and we have met that deadline. The district team, we presented to the Cognia team along with the superintendent on February 10th, and now until the end of the year, our Cognia evaluators will be reviewing our workspace, and they will give us a final report back by August of this year around accreditation. Dr. Stefanczyk, do you want to talk a little bit about our preliminary findings?
Yeah, so there were some requisite analyses that we had to do. We had to look at stakeholder feedback, so the surveys we sent out, we had to analyze those results, look for thematic connections. We looked at learner engagement, so we polled our administrators at our schools to see, as they do their learning walks and they go through their classrooms, what are they seeing in terms of learner engagement, how do you qualify that? And then we looked at our student performance analysis, so how are our students performing on our statewide tests? And we have to triangulate those all together to provide actionable items that we could, or areas that we need support that we can intervene on, and that would be part of our plan, which this all works with our strategic plan. They're one and the same process, which really helped us because the things that we've identified in one were also identified in the other, so we have corroboration between the two processes.
And as we get information back from Cognia, we will bring forward that full report to the board so that you can see the areas of their findings and areas that we need to continue to work on. Some of the highlights that did come up were really around professional learning. There was, this confusion with how small group instruction looks and works within our schools, as well as non-negotiables after coming out of COVID. What are our non-negotiables as a district related to academics as well as behavioral, and those things definitely cognified in our strategic plan. And then that our goals change so quickly is one of the things that came out, not only in our strategic plan, but also through this accreditation process. We also had a visit from DOE that was a common theme, that our goals change quickly, and some of that is related to the changes in district staff and school staff and how that impacts our focus as a district. And so as we finish this process, they will continue to ask questions, ask for different evidence for us to present to them, and as we continue to work through that, we will bring you back updates along the way. Questions?
Questions? Anybody? Just the one final question. When is the time frame from when we expect their report again?
Well, our evaluator has been working extremely fast, and the timeline that they provide to us is that they must provide it to us by August. But we are hopeful that we will receive that feedback sooner than August.
Great.
She has followed up with us on different things, and so we're hopeful that that information definitely will come to us soon so that we can use that as far as planning for the upcoming school year.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to 6.02, the FAST assessment updates. I guess, Chris, you can just stay put. And Mr. Shaw.
Yes, I'm going to stay with Dr. Stefanczyk.
Mr. Stefanczyk, it's you.
All right, help me for 1 second.
And while we're bringing that up, I think just to provide some feedback going forward, assessments have changed in the state of Florida, and our teachers and our students and you as parents know that as well. So we just thought it'd be very helpful to kind of do a general overview of the assessment process on where we are now, and then a look forward to what's going to happen in the future and how we're preparing for that.
Absolutely. New assessments, new standards,
Standards.
as well as new resources.
Okay, good afternoon, board, Chairman Cerro and Superintendent Middlestat. So as we were saying, we want to give you an update on the state of the statewide assessments in Flagler. We also want to kind of give you a context about what does this look like, and to reiterate what Superintendent Middlestat said, this is a new assessment for us, so we, as a district, our teachers, our administrators are still trying to understand and learn what information we're getting back from the system. The state is still defining what the information is going to be codified as, and the vendors who control the platform are still evolving that platform. So we have three things working together, and we're trying to make the best sense of it that we can.
And this really is a foundation for next month. Our schools will be coming before you, updating you on their school improvement plans. And so we want to make sure that you have a great foundation as to what data they will be sharing and what you will be looking at.
Also, well, I'll get into part of this as well. More than just giving you the numbers, the statistics, I want to show you what are the metrics and how do we look at analyzing those so that you have an understanding of what they mean rather than just giving you a percentage or a number. So there's something more behind that. In case you don't know, my name is Chris Stefanchik. I'm the coordinator of assessment accountability, Flagler Schools. It's a lot of assessments sometimes. Okay, so the reason why I say that, a lot of assessments, if you were to put in context the current change, so the FAST system, what does that look like in the realm of all the assessments the state requires us to take? And that's what we have here. So the blue is what we call the Comprehensive Screening and Progress Monitoring System, which was the actual statutory change that created FAST. And for that, the state uses or contracts with a vendor, Renaissance Star, for the K2 piece, and Cambium for the 310 piece. They are also developing their own items to go into these platforms, but that's where we start. We also have end-of-course exams, so there's Algebra 1, Geometry, Biology, Civics, and US History. We have the statewide science assessment in grades 5 and 8. We have the Florida Civics Literacy Exam, which is different than the Civics EOC. That is normally a post-secondary exam, but we are required to give it to our high school students enrolled in US government course, where if they pass that exam now, they don't have to pass it in college. We will have, starting next year, the best writing test, which will be different than the current ELA FAST test. We have our FSAA, the alternative assessment for students with severe cognitive disabilities. And we have our Access for ELS, or our WIDA, for our English Language Learners test for English language proficiency. So in the realm of statewide assessments, this is what we have in any given year. The one in blue, what we call the FAST system, the CSPM, that's given 3 times a year. So there's a fall administration, a winter administration, then a spring administration. The ones in green are offered multiple times. So with our EOCs, for example, we can give those in fall, winter, spring, and in summer. So 4 times a year, with the exception of some retake tests that are given 2 more times. And the Florida Civics Literacy exam is given twice a year, with the FSA portfolio given, I believe, 3 times a year. Might be 2. So that's the context, the picture of our statewide assessment program. And for the purpose of this presentation, I'll only stick into the areas highlighted in white. So the Renaissance Star K2 piece and the FAST 310 piece. So as you have questions, please stop me so we can address them there. I'm sure others have those questions as well.
Chris, can you
Yes.
just hold for a second? We're going to add Ms. Conklin into the, so instead of disrupting everything.
Sorry.
I'm just picturing her scrambling through the airport.
Or to get to the bridge where she
Yeah,
can hear.
it's like picturing her heels, you know.
She might not have it.
Okay, maybe not.
Colleen, can you hear us? You're connected. She said she was gonna mute, so.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chris.
So just to reiterate, the FAST STAR administration, so that would be our K10 piece, is given 3 times a year, so beginning, mid, and end. We also have an iReady administration, which is something that we're used to using. We've given it for the past several years. Normally that is 3 times a year as well, but FAST is kind of taking the place of that. So we've moved this to those places in between the PM1 and 2. So we'll give that at the end of quarter 1, the start of quarter 3, and then for 3rd grade, because we can use that for their 3rd grade promotion evidence piece, we give that to them again at the end of the year. So I'll have a comparison of iReady to some of the data from FAST and STAR, since we have an idea of what intuition of what iReady looks like. Okay, so I wanted to start by looking at what metrics, not that necessarily we get back from the state, but what are some commonly used metrics at, say, a classroom level? So if a teacher were given an assignment, what could we do with the scores we get back? How would we look at those in any kind of reasonable way? So I want to go through this example first, and we'll apply that to the state piece. Let's say we have 25 students complete a classroom assignment, and we want to ask ourselves, how can we summarize these numbers? You know, we could look at individual students, but there are more efficient ways that we could look at as a class aggregate. What can we do? And the 2 ways to do that are we can look at the individual, we can look at the values, so we could do something with those values together, or we could look at the position of where those values are. And the question is, why would we want to do that? Looking at all these different pieces of data, and if you multiply that by how many classrooms we have and students we have, so about 8,620 or so results, that's a lot to put your mind around for individual scores. We need a way of aggregating those and summarizing them to make sense of what they mean. So the first thing we want to do is sort those from smallest to greatest. And by doing that, we already see there is a disparity between the scores. We have one student who earned a 10 on this assignment, with the others earning somewhere higher than that. So we already learned there's something about these scores that we probably want to find more about. There's not just a continuum, there is a break in there. So we might ask ourselves, how could we find the range of scores? So we see they go from 10% to 100% for all these 25 students, but we can categorize those. So out of those, there are 20% that are F, 16% that are a D, 4% a C, 36% a B, and 24% an A. Just with that aggregation, we see there is something interesting happening. We notice that students either got it or they didn't. There are very few students in the C range, which we consider on grade level. So that starts to instantiate other questions you might have about either this assignment, or maybe when I was teaching it, I left something out. Some kids got it, some kids didn't. And those arrows above the students, those are the cut scores for A, B, C, and D. So that's one way. We could find a range and categorize them. We could also ask, well, what's the class average? What information would that give us? So we take all of those scores, we add them up, divide by the total, and we get a 74.474. So we would say that for all of our students who took this assignment, we would expect them to earn about a 74% or a C, which is interesting because when we went back to the breakdown by A, B, C, or D, not many students actually had a C. So again, we're tearing away at what's going into this assignment and how we look at the results. Another way we could kind of summarize that is 16 out of 25 students, or about 64%, earned a C. So those students earned an A, B, or C, that's 64%. So 2/3 of the students earned a passing grade or an on-grade level grade, which is different than just earning a C. Or we could look at, one of the last ways is what we call a typical value. And this is where we have to look at the position of the scores. So we line them all up, and we find the score that's in the middle. And this is an 82%. We also call that the 50th percentile, and I'll get into percentiles a little bit later. And this is useful because generally in student performance on assessments or tests, there is what's called a skew. So we see students generally perform better than, say, 50% or more. So with this typical score, we're at 82, the average is at 74, so there's already a disparity there, which is telling us that for whatever reason with this assignment, students are scoring higher than students who don't, the majority of them. So those are different ways that we can look at information. In this case, it was a classroom assignment. We could also look at it in a little more visual way as a distribution. So if we were to take all 25 of those scores, represented by each of these people, and place them on a number line that ranged from 10% to 100%, which was the range of scores we observed, we could see that there is this kind of push of students to one side of the line more so than the other. And we can put this box, which we call a box and whisker plot, and that would capture 50% of where our students fall. So we could just compare these boxes then and know, okay, 50% of our students are within these ranges. Just an easy way to quickly visualize where those scores are falling on a number line. going back to percentiles, we can convert that to a different metric now. So instead of a percent score, we could look at a percentile. And you may have heard the term lowest quartile, students performing in the lowest quartile. Those are based on position. So we have to line all of our students up by the score, and we find out which ones are in the bottom 25%. So that's not bottom 25% of their score earned, but for that one student right there, if they earn that score, then we would say they performed at or better than 25% of the students who tested or who passed or took that assignment. So the lowest quartile or percentiles in general are a way of standardizing that score in a way that we can find out, well, how many students below this score maybe earned that, or how many students above that score was this student with what they earned. So it's just another way of looking at the way we can analyze and correlate the data. Any questions on that? That kind of sets us up for how we'll look at some of the next pieces of data. So that was all about in a classroom assignment. The state metrics, so what information do we get back, are a little bit different, but we can make some connections. So at the very base, we get what's called a scale score on all of our statewide assessments. And they have different ranges. For example, this grade 3 ELA scale score ranges from 240 to 360. They don't go 0 to 100 or 0 to 400. They have a different range. And as an example, this student, this dot on the number line, she earned a 324. We can see just by the distribution of where that point is, it seems to be on the higher end. But that's not really the end of the story. This is just the most granular piece of data that we get back from the state testing data. We can overlay on top of that what's called achievement levels. And those are described and defined by the State Board of Education using input from teachers who take the test and they offer, well, this is what a level 1 student would probably be able to do. This is what a level 5 student would be able to do. And from that, they create these cut scores. So if we superimpose that on top of the scale score, we notice that they are not equidistant. So there are more scale scores in a level 1 than there are in a level 3. So you could say it might be harder to get a level 3. But we have to remember, we're looking at this by distribution of students. So we'll come back to this, but it's just important to know that there's a scale score. On top of that is an achievement level. And on top of that,
Chris, just
yes.
a comment, that these levels is what our students and their families actually get to see.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
because that's important, that they know that, okay?
Yep.
And they do receive a scale score, but people are most familiar
In
with
the
the
levels.
levels.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the scale score, we could use that maybe to show an element of growth. If we were to have successive administrations of the test, if the scale score increased for the same grade level and subject, well, then the student grew in what they were tested on. Although the achievement level may stay the same if that new score was still in that same band. And the last part from this is we could look at the percent of students who earned at least a level 3 or higher. So the state defines a level 3 as being on grade level. So if you have a level 3, 4, or 5, you consider on grade level, and one of the metrics we look at is the percent of students on grade level. So those earning a 3, 4, or 5. So those are the data that we get back from the state tests. So if we look at that, using our examples again, so now we have 25 students who took a statewide assessment in a class. And we want to summarize these numbers. So the first thing we do is we sort them. And the number above them is the achievement level, which is what parents would normally see. In this example, I broke down what percentage of students are at each achievement level. So 4% for 1, all the way up to 16% for achievement level 5. So we can look at a range of scores that way. We could find what we're considering the class average, which is the percent of students earning a level 3 or higher. In this case, 80% of these 25 students earned at least an achievement level 3, so they're on grade level. 20% didn't. Or we could look at a percentile. So how many students would be considered in the lowest quartile based on their performance? Now, a caveat here with the percentile, those cut scores, what determines a 25 percentile versus 50, 75, and so forth, they're determined by the state. So it goes by everyone in the state who took that assessment, they're figuring out where those scale score cut points are based on every student who tested for that same grade level and subject. So although we only see 3 students here, that's not 25% of the students. Based on that state set cut score, it's only 3 students in the lowest quartile for this class, for an example.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, why do we have two, they split the two?
Right. If we
That's the
were
common
to,
question.
right, which is another interesting question.
You answered it in the last statement.
So, yeah, I'll leave it there. I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but
Yeah, you answered my question at the last statement.
yeah,
That's good.
we can talk all day about, percentiles. They're fascinating things.
Mhm.
Okay, so now let's actually look at the data. So how do we apply what we just kind of talked about and what we're getting back from the state to see where our students are performing? With the K2 piece, because they are a third-party national vendor, we can compare our results to national standards. So a quick run through of what this system gives us. Students in grades kindergarten and grade 1 take what's called STAR Early Literacy. So it's a beginning reading assessment. However, students in grade 1, for the very final administration, they'll take the next one, STAR Reading. So the state wants to ease them into a reading assessment, and then on the third one, they'll take the full scale reading assessment. STAR Reading is grade 2 and grade 1 on the last one in spring. And STAR Math is for kindergarten through 2nd grade, so all of our K2 students. Some things about this: the results are available within 24 hours after testing to administrators and teachers. This is unprecedented because all state tests prior to this, we had to wait weeks. And it was always given at the end of the year. So now we are getting actionable data throughout the year as we test. So that's new and that's nice. Parent reports, starting with PM3, will be available within 7 days of testing. So they can access it through their Skyward portal, and there's a link to go to the state portal, which will give them their parent report. And that's new too. That wasn't always available, but now we have it. So we talked about scale scores and achievement levels. With the K2 piece, we get a couple other pieces of information I want to quickly go over. So we still get a scale score. That's the base level. We get a performance tier or a benchmark categorization. And instead of saying that's like a achievement level 1 through 5, it helps us to determine which students need additional support. So either they need urgent intervention because they may be 2 grade levels below their peers in how they're performing on this test. We can also get an intervention category. So maybe they're not 2, maybe they're 1 year behind their peers, their academic peers. We can get on watch. So they are maybe teetering on the edge of going one way or the other. We just make sure that these students have the support they need. Or they could be at or above grade level. So how they could, all these are in how they compare to their academic peers, which means they're looking at similar students who tested at similar times and earned similar scores in prior administrations. We also get percentiles. We get an achievement percentile, and what's nice about percentiles that I didn't touch on before is they always range 1 to 99. So if you're at the 50th percentile, that's what you consider the average. So anything above that, you're above the average. Anything below that, you're a little bit below. We get an achievement percentile, so our base achievement of students, and we also get a growth percentile, so how much are they growing between successive administrations of that test. So we can see, 1, where are they at in their performance, and 2, how are they growing their performance in almost real time right after they test. So if we were to plot those, because I like graphs, and you'll see a lot of graphs as we go through this, as an aggregate by grade level for K2, where on the bottom, we have the median percentile rank. So that's their achievement performance as a percentile. And on the side, on the left-hand side, is their growth percentile. We can see where those 3 dots, where our kindergarten, 1st, and 2nd grade students on the aggregate are in relation to national averages. So there are red lines that form a crosshair. If you're right in the middle, you are on par with the nation, not only in base achievement, but in growth over successive administrations. If you're in the upper right corner, that's green, then you're above or on par with. And if you're in the very bottom, that little red square, then you would be considered the lowest quartile because you're in the 25 or lower area. So where you'd like to be is in the green area. And for most intents and purposes, we are generally there. The long and short of this graph is that for math in K2, we are at or above national levels for achievement. But for 1st and 2nd grade, we are below national levels in growth. In reading, K1 is at or above national levels for achievement, but K2 overall is below national levels for growth. So what we're seeing is that our students are performing well, but the growth isn't necessarily what we'd expect to see based on their academic peers across the union.
At this time.
At this time, right. So again, this is only half of a year of growth, so we're still waiting for another administration to see what that full year would look like, and these results would be updated accordingly. But it gives us a temperature check of where our students are performing as of right now. So I mentioned iReady, and we have an intuition for what iReady means. So a question that I often get is, how do scores on STAR correlate with iReady for our K2 piece? And there are basically three ways we can look at this. So if we were to make a plot of a student's STAR performance, that K2 currently from the state, versus their iReady performance, there are three outcomes. Either they match pretty well, which means the student aggregate would be on that line of, what's called the line of equality, or they'd be above it, which means that students performed higher on iReady than they did on STAR, which means there's some kind of disparity between the two systems. Or they would be below that line where they performed lower on iReady than STAR, and again, there's some kind of disparity between them. When we plot that, we see that they are very closely correlated, which means we can take the intuition we have with information from iReady, and we know that the information we're getting from STAR match. So we have an idea based on the two systems where our students are. We can correlate those two systems together to have a better image of where our students are performing, more than just relying on one system.
And that's extremely important, especially for our teachers, because teachers, they are learning this new system when it comes to STAR. iReady is something that they've had. They have implemented it many years with many different types of students. And so when they see, okay, how is it that my students are performing, or the students across our district, how does that relate from iReady to STAR? It really gives that basis to say, I understand that the STAR test is new. However, we are seeing some correlations between the two, something that and something that is brand new. And so this is really important for the teacher level.
Okay, so now let's look at the 310 piece. For context, the structure is similar for the fall, winter, and spring tests. So basically, for at least the service level, all intents and purposes, they're taking the same test 3 times. Which is why when we look at our student performance on the fall administration, they seem low because it's an end of year test. So they haven't actually learned all the content yet they're being tested on. So we have to keep that within the context of how we're looking at these numbers. Similarly, the reports are available to parents within 7 days after testing. And a difference here is that our 7th grade accelerated math students, because the majority of the standards they're learning is 8th grade, take the 8th grade math fast assessment of the 7th grade one. So there's a little bit of difference there. And also, this system does not cover algebra or geometry. There is no progress monitoring system from the state for those 2 areas. This is just grades 3 through 8 mathematics and 3 through 10 ELA. So to cover the metrics we get back, the information we get back from the state, we get a scale score, we get the achievement level, we get an aggregation of standards level performance. So we also get what standard by code students are doing well on too, but that's at an individual student level and you can't aggregate that. But they give us this other benchmark category. So as an aggregate, say as a class or a school or a district, students could either be performing below the standard or the collection of standards in that reporting category. They could be at or near, or they could be above the standard. We also get an achievement percentile. We don't get a growth percentile, but we do get how long they spent testing in minutes. So we get a lot of information from these that we can use to kind of help our instruction and be actionable in our support for students. So another question that we get, and this is an example of elementary only for grades 3, 4, and 5, is they felt students spent a lot of time testing. So as I covered, with the box plot, that means the box itself represents 50% of our students, in this case, who tested. The blue box is the fall administration. The red box is the winter administration. And this is all for reading. So grade 3 is at the top. The next 2 boxes are grade 4, and grade 5 are the last 2 boxes. The 2 red lines are what the state is recommending or saying students should spend testing on this particular assessment. So it's good to see that students are basically within that realm set by the state for the recommended time to take this test, which is about, I believe it's 60 to 80 minutes. Something else that I think is more important is the consistency between administrations. So students spent about the same amount of time testing on the fall administration as they did on the winter administration. So we can take that to mean that the reason, they spent the same amount of time, they didn't rush through it, so we can compare those results for growth or for support that we need to, because the same time was basically spent by all students.
And then those dots that are out.
Oh, yeah, so I didn't really cover this on the last thing. Each dot is an individual student who would be considered, according to this graphic, as an outlier in terms of they spent more time than would reasonably be expected or less time based on the overall distribution of scores. So these are students who probably had an accommodation for extended time on testing. So they started their test, and either they were moved to a new location to finish their time out, or they were already in that location and they just took a while to test. So that the state wants to assure students have the time they need to complete the assessment. So they have up to a full day to finish these assessments. Not that everyone takes a full day, but they have that option. So the next part I want to cover how we can, or what questions we can ask and how we can look at the data we're getting back. So these numbers are the percent of students who are on grade level. So they earned that achievement level 3, 4, or 5 in the fall and in the winter. This is for grade 3 reading, and then I'll show you for everything else as we go forward. One question we could ask is, how do Flagler's percent of students on grade level compare to the state's? So PM1 is the fall and PM2 is the winter. We had 24% of our students in grade 3 reading scoring or earning an on grade level score, so a percent level 3, 4, or 5. The state had 22, so we beat the state's percentage by 2.
And remembering that the assessment is measuring mastery of end of year standards.
Right, so we would expect to see a low performance on the first go around because they haven't received instruction on what they're being tested on. If we look at PM2, we had 37% of our students on grade level and the state had 35, so again, we beat them by 2. We could also ask, what is Flagler's rate of change? So how much growth are we seeing in percentage points between the fall and the winter administration? So we went from 24 to 37, which is a 13 percentage point increase, and the state went from 22 to 35, which is also 13. So the next question is, how do we compare our growth to the state's growth? Well, we're on par with each other. There was no net difference there, but overall our performance was higher because we had a 2 percentage points higher between each administration. So if we take this and apply it to all the grade levels and the 2 subject areas, we get a really convoluted graphic. And we can summarize this down into those 2 sentences. Basically, in reading, Flagler is above the state, or at or above the state in achievement, so our percent of students earning level 3, but our growth is lower than the state for reading. For math, it's the reverse. So Flagler is below the state for achievement, but our growth is higher. So what does that kind of mean? If our achievement is high, but our growth is low, then given enough time and without intervention, the state will eclipse Flagler in our percent level 3 or higher, right? So we want to make sure that we can address that so that we maintain our above the state metrics in both achievement, and then we can work on growth to be above the state. In the case of math, because we're below the state, but our growth is faster, then again, given time and if we keep interventions, we expect to outperform the state eventually. So we expect this to mean that by our spring administration, we will be outperforming the state in achievement because our growth is already faster than the state. It's a matter of how does that rate of growth compare is what we want to look at. Yes?
Love the clarification on, Lashak, I think you mentioned it, that they're being measured for where they should be at the end of that school year. So in an ideal world, we would have a 100%, right, that final assessment, 100% would be at grade or, whatever.
3 or above, yes.
3 or above. As far as ESOL, ESE, how is that factored into, if I'm Superintendent Middlestat and I'm thinking about goals, what is that realistic goal specifically for our district? Are those things factored in? Is it all kind of one lump sum? I think you're picking up what I'm laying down.
Sure.
Okay.
So in terms of the score we get back, it doesn't take into account student characteristics.
Okay.
So whether you're an L student or English language learner or a student with disabilities, your score won't be impacted by having that status, if that makes sense.
It's not weighted, it's
Right,
not,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just the
it's
score
just
is-
here's where we are.
right.
So I guess, I think I've already asked it, but to ask it again, or if I didn't ask it, do we know percentage-wise for specifically Flagler County, percentages of ESE, percentages of ESOL, so that we can have a certain expectation of, this is a realistic goal considering these communities? I don't know if you already answered that, forgive me.
Yes,
but-
absolutely. It's every year, as we get information, even to see the work that Dr. Stefanchik has done with our schools to really take it down to the level of the student and the school, as well as the students with disabilities. All of those things are things that we monitor for the school. We set goals and expectations for the school as well as for the district. Our goal always is that our students with disabilities, as well as our non-disabled, their non-disabled peers, are at that 100%, right? That's where we want to get to. But we also want to be looking at the growth of those students that are in each of those categories.
Yeah.
So yes, it is absolutely items that we track and we goal set around.
So, just something that I would like to share. I mean, my understanding of this board is really oversight, right? Is that fair? So when we talk about like strategic plan or whatnot, you know, we're at the beginning of the year or at the beginning of a semester, it would be so great specifically to see within the strategic plan, like, what is that specific goal that we're going after, to know where we are, right? Like, measured against specifically that. I mean, right now, as one of 5 board members, I mean, forgive me, like, I get it, like, where we are, like, against the state, but, I like my bar to be set as high as it can be set, and so it would just be, that's maybe a future conversation specifically with one or both of you, is just to get a little bit more context of how can I be the best board member I can be by understanding, are we going after aggressive goals? Are we really monitoring
Sure.
against that? So,
Well, it's
just
your
wanted
lucky
to get
day
that out.
because on the agenda today, we're also going to discuss strategic plan, and the focus is going to be on the dashboard
And
and
those
looking at
specific
absolutely.
numbers.
Yep.
Mhm.
well, forgive my premature comment.
I will add too, that this system, what these numbers mean, will change next year. The state is meeting this summer to formally define what they mean and how they cut those points up.
Okay, thank you.
And I also think it's important to understand school improvement plans get very specific.
Okay.
They're really going to each school where they need their classes to improve and how to get there. So you'll see that too.
Okay, so we will see that, and then we can, as we go, see how the schools are trending in
Correct.
that improvement plan.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So the last part I want to go over was the district and school grades. So if we think about a school grade, it's really what we call an index. So they take a lot of different components, they find percentages and points, and they put them all together to a new number. And then they put that new number against the rubric. In this case, 62%. If you earn 62% of the points possible, you are given an A rating at a school or district level, all the way down to an F if you earned 31% or less. So that's the school system, that's the school grade cut point system. Where we were, so prior to this year, we had a lot of different components that fed into that index, to that percent, that 62% that we want to get to. We had English language achievement for grades 3 through 10, mathematics achievement, which include the EOCs, science achievement 5-8 plus the biology EOC, social studies include the civics and US history EOC. And then we looked at, from year over year, by student, the percent of those students who made learning gains in ELA and math. And then for those students in the lowest quartile, so the students in the lowest level, the lowest quartile performance, what learning gains they made year over year. And those percentages were aggregated in there. And for our secondary schools or middle schools, we had an acceleration component, which looked at students passing an EOC or taking and passing industry certification exam. or our high school graduation rate and our high school acceleration rate. So all these things were packed into one number, that if you had 62% or higher, you were an A, all the way down to those other points, depending on what letter grade you were. Going forward, where we are now, this year, not all of that's true. We still have the achievement components, so ELA, math, science, social studies, they are still there. The graduation rate, acceleration, that is still there. The learning gains were removed. Because we changed to a new test, the state is not confident that they can link the test back year over year to have an idea of what growth meant between the two. So they just took those components out by statute. What that also means is, by statute, that system for the A, B, C, D going all down no longer applies. What they'll be doing is looking at all the percentage of points each school, each district earned, and they are going to link it so that the percent of schools that were an A last year will have that same percentage this year. The percentage of schools that were B last year will have that same percentage this year. So in effect, we have a moving target because we're not using that cut score system anymore. If Flagler tends to do a little bit better than districts around us or districts in the state, then if we were on a cusp, or schools on a cusp of, say, a B to an A or a C to a B, we'd be pushed up to the B range because it's slightly moving target because they're linking it by percentage of schools. If, however, Flagler is slightly below the state in terms of achievement, then we would be pushed down into that lower grade level because it's a moving target. So this is only for 1 year, and it's because of the change in assessment. It's required by statute, and there's nothing we can do about it. Going forward, so starting next year, everything will be recodified, everything will be reset and reinstantiated. We'll be back to the same system we had last year with the same cut score points for what an A, B, C, D, F school are in district. So this is a 1 year, one time, we're learning what the data are, we're learning where we are in relation to other schools and districts. Next year, we're back on a system.
Question, Chris.
Yeah.
Does the state utilize those standards as they're firm? Do they adjust it every year? Or because they're going to 1 year's testing?
Yeah,
So does it stay that way, or do they increase it if it?
Interesting question. The State Board of Education has always reserved the right in Florida rule to adjust these scores. They will begin invoking that automatically as the percent of schools of a certain type. So if we look at elementary schools across the state, if they reach a certain threshold, they will increase this by 5 points each time.
Okay.
So we may be in a system where, depending on the school you're in, whether it's elementary, middle, high, or a combination, we have a different range of points that would qualify an A, B, C, or D.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we know that this is a lot of information, but it is important that we share this with you as the board as well as our community so that there is an understanding of what the scores mean, especially as we go into our final testing season, so that when this information is coming before you the next time, you have this foundation already and we can really just talk about results. Any questions for Dr. Stefanchik or myself?
I just, maybe it's a comment. Something, again, maybe it's a follow-up conversation. I'm just a little confused by the numbers because, like, I met with Mayor Alphen a little bit ago, and he said something really interesting, that across the state of Florida, we have some really small counties, right? And really small communities. And so Flagler County is actually...
We're small community.
We're small, but like, we're kind of, I think, bigger of the small, there's a lot of small, right? And so, when I think about our relationship with Apple, when I think about, when I think about all the great work we have going here, like, I'm just so surprised that we are so close to being kind of average with Florida, right? Like, I would have kind of this expectation that we would just be kind of trending a little bit higher than right there at the line. So again, I just wanted to throw that out there to both of you. I'm just really intrigued maybe to have follow-up conversations on like what with your expertise, like what's happening here? Why, what are our challenges?
I like data, I look at data occasionally, don't ask me why. But I think a lot of it has to do here with socioeconomics. You have to look at all the different, if you look at all the small schools, and then you break it down from there data-wise, what's their socioeconomics? What's it look like financially? How many people are below poverty level.
Well, kids
Those
across
are
the state of
all.
Florida.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm just
Yeah.
talking small school districts.
Sure.
You know, they have a major effect on scoring in
Yeah.
schools. You know, and we have a large, you know, we have a population that's growing and it's very diverse right now. I don't think there's any standards we could actually use for Flagler County, because every month we're getting new people and new kids. So we're gonna be fluctuating, I would think, my opinion, for quite a while until we get to that, okay, we're grown. Now we can expand and we'll start taking those kids. It's just the way that I look at the data.
Yeah.
So, something to
No,
consider.
I love that comment. I mean, it leads me to the thought of, is there a way for us to, you know, so you're talking about Miami-Dade, right? I mean, yeah, I mean.
No, I'm not even just
Well,
talking, I'm just talking even about small communities.
Totally. I guess what I'm saying is, that average includes these mega school districts, correct? I mean, so I mean, it would be, so interesting if there was a way for us to get numbers based on districts our size, right? And where do we rank, right? Like with those districts.
And we are always looking at that information. I think it goes back to the topic before this with our accreditation is around change, and the goal and the focus changing so quickly that we aren't able to really get the momentum that we need in our district in order to see our district move forward where it needs to be academically. When we look at other districts that are outperforming us, that are similar to us, what is some of the, what is it that they have that it may be different than what we have? And some of that is consistency and leadership. Sustainability is really
that's a huge
our areas that continue to come up for us.
You need consistency, and you're gonna have major issues, because every time you change leadership, you go backwards. You go backwards a couple of years, and then you've gotta gain momentum again to get back going again. So consistency is huge in just about everything you think about. How does, another question, how does the state handle our charter schools? I would assume follow the same requirements,
Mhm.
okay?
Yeah,
How
these
do
results
that-
included, imagine.
Okay, so how does the private schools work on this? How does the state do?
Private schools do not take the state assessments.
So they get no testing and no requirements at all?
They
State
don't do
assessments.
they don't do the state assessments.
See, and
Now,
that's another.
they don't, so I would say that some students who will matriculate to us in ninth grade will opt to take the ninth grade or the Algebra 1 EOC to
When they
satisfy
get
that
in.
requirement.
Okay,
But they take that with us, even though they're still at that school at the end of the year.
okay.
That's the only time private schools reach out
Testing.
for testing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
I'm gonna stay up here.
Yes, you are, because we are now going to school choice.
Board Chair, if I may, I know it's
Superintendent.
out of order, but because we have guests from Flagler County Sheriff's Office, if we could move agenda item 8.01 up to discussion for now and rearrange a little bit. I would have done it at the beginning of the meeting, but I thought we would move through things a little bit more efficiently. But I love to hear Dr. Stefanczyk explain everything thoroughly, and that's very important. I did not want to rush that. So if you're okay with that, we'll invite
Yes, let's do that, because we do have guests.
801 Guardian Program information and the
Guardian.
team forward. Mr. Willingham.
Ladies and gentlemen, officers,
Thank you, Board.
and Tom. Mr. Willingham, it's your show.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board members, Superintendent Middlestat. Today I have the three guests. I'll start at the end. That is Chief Williams, Commander Jen Naraki, and Chief Burrows. So they will be representing the Sheriff's Office. Today it's kind of like a two-part presentation. We'll kind of go over the school board analysis of what a uniform guardian would kind of look like in Flagler County Schools. And then the Sheriff's Office, their representatives have a quick presentation that will be handed out to you today. So to refresh everybody's memory, Florida State statute defines safe school officers as a school resource officer. Currently, we have 14 in Flagler County. That also includes Imagine, and the 2 supervisors that oversee the Youth Services Division. It also defines a safe school officer as a school safety officer. That's kind of like if a school district chooses to create their own police force, they would be defined as a school safety officer. It also defines it as a school guardian, and that's why we're here today as well. Just remind everybody, school guardians can be school-based personnel or a uniformed guardian. It's with the board consideration and the consensus of the board if they would like to move forward with a school guardian. Also another reminder that guardians have no arrestable powers. Also to refresh the board's minute from our previous conversations, a plainclothes guardian is instructional, non-instructional personnel. We did complete a survey with our Flagler Schools employees, as mentioned in our last agenda workshop. 514 employees responded to the survey, 402 were no. They would not be interested in learning more about becoming a guardian. We did have 112 yeses. Each school was represented, including Flagler. Out of the 112 who answered yes, 17 have former military or law enforcement background. And out of the 112, 68 currently hold their concealed weapons permit. We also, if we could stay on this really quick, board, if this was the direction of the board to go with a plainclothes guardian option, a future MOU would have to be created to pay for their 144 minimum training required hours. I know the sheriff's office has looking at those hours and actually going to go above those hours. So that's something to think about. So approximately, that could range anywhere from $48,000 and above, and that would be the cost to the district for a plainclothes guardian. There is also an additional liability insurance with our insurance company through AIG. It'd be approximately $6,000 for 12 guardians. So this is a number of 12 guardians to start off for a plainclothes. So moving into what a uniform guardian would look like in Flagler County schools, there are employees of the school district or charter school who is hired for the specific purpose of serving as a school guardian. We are recommending with the sheriff's office, knowing that the capabilities of training 12 guardians is something that they would be comfortable with. We would be comfortable, working with that number and trying to figure out what would be appropriate at each school site. These are uniformed hourly employees of Flagler Schools. Once again, a new position would have to be created, a salary lane, a job description. The training is ongoing, so there is a benefit there that if training were to start July 1, that it wouldn't interfere with pre-planning for instructional or non-instructional personnel. It wouldn't take personnel off of our campuses who are 12-month employees. However, there are some logistics that we would have to figure out, such as sick leave, workers' comp, vacation, a turnover rate. Being a smaller district, and with the number of 12, what would that look like if we were have a vacancy at a school site? And how would we be able to float guardians around and move guardians throughout our school and keep up with ongoing training with the sheriff's office and the cost that is associated with that? So once again, these are figures that are approximation off of 12 guardians. For salary and benefits, the school district is looking at a total of $626,000 and around that. And remind you, board, this is an approximation cost based off the surrounding districts in the state of Florida that actually use the uniform model. Their hourly rate ranges anywhere from $20 an hour up to $28 an hour. So these are all we would definitely have to sit down with our team and to figure out what would be appropriate, what salary lane would be appropriate for our school guardian.
And just
Yes.
To clarify for the public, because this has come up in the community, to me anyway, these dollars, I think there's a bit of a misconception that this is being funded by the state. fully, right? Like, this is something that is being asked by Governor DeSantis, and it is being funded by the state. So I just, again, for the public, please correct me if I'm wrong, this would be coming out of our school
General fund.
Yes, we
general
pay.
fund
Yes.
budget. It is
This-
not a check written by Tallahassee
Absolutely.
covering really any of this.
No, absolutely. And the Coach Aaron Feist Guardian Grant is actually a grant that is allocated to the Sheriff's Department for training, weapons, armory, ammunition, all of that, and that's, they're gonna get into their presentation. But that $6.5 million that actually comes from that grant goes straight to the Sheriff's Office. The school district has nothing to do with that grant.
And from what you know today, for at least the sheriff's portion of the cost, does the grant cover that at 100%?
I will let the Sheriff's Office get into their presentation.
Okay,
right
so that will be
Absolutely.
discussed,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, because it would be nice to have just a full, like, are we gonna, by this time it's all said and done, not only the initial training, but as if we have people turn in their resignations, and now we have what is potentially that annual out-of-pocket total cost for Flagler County schools would be a great number to know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So once again, this model would require recurring dollars from the general fund if the board chooses to move forward with a uniform model. And you would see that additional liability insurance is actually different than the plain clothes because it has a cheaper rate for a uniform model than an instructional personnel or non-instructional personnel on your campus. So any questions before I turn it over to the Sheriff's Office? Because they have done, I cannot commend their work on, even Commander Ryan Emery, who's put so much time into this for a cost analysis. So I'm here to answer any questions on the school district side about the salary and benefits, the insurance, the number that we came up with. Any other questions on that?
So on the plainclothes Guardian
Yes, sir.
option, that approximate 48,000 to 55,000, is that the total cost, or is that per
Each.
Guardian?
No, that would be the total cost. So we came up with that figure is that it's because you take their hourly rate, and this is something that we could, other districts take their hourly rate, multiply it by the minimum training hours or the training hours that are required through the Sheriff's Office or the recommendations. I think what we're looking at maybe is 160, closer to that number. And then you multiply it by 12. We would start with 12 guardians because that's.
Are we making the assumption then that if we have this employee, the staff member, is currently making $17 an hour, we now are having them carry a firearm, and we are paying them no addition, they are staying at that $17 an hour? That is, there's not a stipend in there, there's not.
They get a one-time guardian grant or a one-time $500 stipend that is covered through the grant. It's one time, $500.
Okay. I would assume that piece would be up for conversation as well, or is that just, that is what it is?
That's,
You might want to go back to differentiate again with the guardian, plainclothed, cost,
Yeah.
what our responsibility is versus a uniformed, because those are the two models that we've been asked to explore, and that's what we're trying to share with you today.
I think what Sally's trying to say is it negotiable that we would possibly consider a $500 stipend annually if they're carrying a weapon in the
Well, I'm just
building?
kinda-
Or just throw that figure out.
It's based on conversations that I have had with current employees, where it's kind of like, yes, like interested, but, now there's like another level of risk, right, for
And
my life?
responsibility.
And, so, so that, you answered my question, though, that's not included in that
Right.
dollar amount. This is making the assumption they are staying at
Yes, ma'am.
their hourly, and that's not even factoring in that $500, which is minimal, right,
Right.
$6,000
Because
or whatever it
the
is.
$500 stipend is covered under the grant, so it would fall under the grant.
Okay.
And that liability insurance, that 6,000 would cover all 12?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on the high end in this model, we're looking at about $61,000 in cost, and that's gonna be, I'm assuming that is reflective, because it says cost to the district for training, that would be to cover any shortfall from the grant that we might receive? Is that what
Yeah,
that is? Okay.
absolutely. If there's any additional cost that is not covered in the grant, that would also fall back to the district.
So essentially, if we're comparing just in numbers here, if we hire uniformed, we're looking at $626,089 and another $2,750 for liability insurance versus plainclothes, a top-end cost of $61,000 for the same thing, just a different application.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Another question though, with the plain clothes, if they are educators and they go through training, and I would assume that, we'll talk about this with the sheriffs, they're gonna have to go through multiple trainings as they continue being a plain clothes. Do we have to pay their time that they dedicate for training?
So there's probably two parts to that. The first part is the sheriff's office reimbursement, and where does that fall in the current grant cycle, right? They could obviously apply for an additional grant cycle, but if you go with a plainclothes instructional, non-instructional personnel on your campus, that is something that you would probably work through the summer, that other districts work through. They create a summer calendar where you're building your force multiplier every year. Where if you went with the uniform model, you're kind of limited to 12, but you also have to figure out the logistics part of it. Is if I injured my back and I'm out for 4 weeks, or I move, or maybe this isn't for me after 9 weeks, and then how do we work with the sheriff's office? How do we replace that guardian? So.
I just don't know, are there gonna be any additional costs to cover their services while they're not in doing their regular job?
That's something that we would definitely have to work through. I've had those conversations,
Yeah.
especially in our operations meeting. How would that look for our 12-month employees that are assigned to a campus, especially in the summertime? We're taking them off of their
Normal assignment, so are
normal
we,
assignment.
how's that? I would think financially, we would need to substitute their salary during that time frame.
I would
Probably, so that's
So
gonna add,
there's
that's
probably
adding
some
to
other
that.
costs.
Yeah, that's gonna add to it, so just keep that in the back of your mind, it's a possibility. Okay.
And just one more thing I just want to
Sure.
clarify. So we needed, right now, the plan here is for 12, right? And through the survey, we had 112 raise their hand that said that they would be willing to potentially participate.
Yeah, absolutely. That came from the survey. Was 112 that were interested. Now, board, hopefully at the end of this meeting, is that there is some sort of consensus of what model the board would be interested in moving forward with. If the board is interested in still continuing to seek information on the guardian, but if we were able to get consensus on at least what model would be appropriate for Flagler schools, we could definitely start working out the logistics of that.
And Mr. Furry, we put 12 on the table because the training opportunity that the sheriff's office would provide us fits in that window. Giving considerations for other ways to stretch that or shrink that, and those would be conversations you as the board would give us direction. The 12, as Mr. Woolahan mentioned earlier, there's not a designated assignment to which elementary, middle, or high at this point yet. I think those are early discussions that would still need to be had once we determine what potentially our model will look like.
Thank you.
And I just, you maybe didn't use the word will, but it's maybe what I heard. Because there was an article in one of our local papers that read very clearly, Flagler County School Board in favor of Guardian Program. What I want to, because Colleen is not here, and she definitely has some thoughts on this. And I know she might be on the phone, but it's not.
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Dr. Conklin. Have we already voted on this?
No.
Okay,
No.
so.
No, we're still discussing.
Awesome. So, thank you, everybody.
Still discussing.
So, for the benefit of the public, for the benefit of the newspapers, we have not voted on this. We are in exploratory mode, because the governor of this state, and perhaps Sheriff Staley and right, like this is, I think, in partnership and responsibility, we are investigating this, but we have in fact not voted to even do this at all.
Right, absolutely. This,
Okay.
this is all information that the board has
Just wanted to
requested.
make
and
sure we're all on
We're
the
here to
same
provide,
page.
you know, the answers that the board has asked
Thank you.
questions on.
Everyone, before we go to the sheriff's presentation, if I could just remind everyone, if they could speak up, because it is being recorded and it is a little bit difficult. Apparently, some people's voices are dropping, so if you guys could project and speak. Not you, Miss Hunt. Not you.
Well,
Your Honor, I don't- that's
at
not-
this
I
time,
don't-
I'm going to ask our sheriff's office representatives to go over their presentation. It is in front of you. It is paper copy, so, Commander?
It's a lovely presentation.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for having us here today. The first couple, and I know Mr. Wolahan's already gone over some of this, so I can kind of go through this, but it's just stating which House bill and what statutory requirements that we have here at the sheriff's office with it. Just that we are tasked with assisting you guys with this. Certified guardians don't have any authority, which he has already gone over, and then how to implement the program and our responsibilities to the grant. Background screening is one of them that we would do. The candidate must be able to pass the background evaluation from a licensed psychologist designated by the Department of Law Enforcement, and be able to submit that to the results to us so that we're aware. Candidates must be able to submit and pass an initial drug test and random drug test in accordance with the statutory requirements in the sheriff's office, and successfully complete our training and the ongoing training, weapon inspections, and then the annual qualifications that we have.
Do you by any chance know, when I think about our SROs, SRDs, forgive me, I forget which it is. The first two, obviously not the last one, but the psychological evaluation, the initial drug test, those pieces, would those be similar to what our current SROs?
Yes.
Right, so the men and women who are already in those roles, this is
Yes,
on
that's
par
what we
with
go through as well.
That's what you go through?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the training requirements. This is training requirements that are based on, currently they are changing and will go into effect on July 1st of 2023. So this proposal is based on the July 1st ones of what's going to be, because that's what's required from there on out. And what has changed in that, it was 132 hours and it went up to 144 hours. What has changed in that is there was 8 hours of legal that was taken and shifted over to the active assailant training. And so it gives them more of the experience of that. At the bottom, there's the 8 hours of recommended tactical medic, and that is not a requirement, but that would be an additional 8 hours if the board opts to take that route. And what that is they're trained, and if they come across victims or whatnot, they're able to stop and apply pressure tourniquets and just receive that training, how to assist a victim on scene. And
So-
again, that is not required.
Yeah, it's not required statutorily, but, having conversations with both commanders, it is something that, our SRDs are able to, they actually go through the same training, and it has been recommended that if moving forward with the Guardian program, this is something that they would feel comfortable training our Guardians on.
Were the numbers that for the program that were presented, do they include that 8 hours, or is it excluded?
So they haven't gone over their numbers yet.
Okay.
Yeah, because the training is not included, correct, and establish that? The training had costs are not included.
They're,
and we're
they're,
done with
yes,
that.
we're getting there.
Okay, I'm still a little ahead of you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, good question.
Okay. So this number right here, and this is just a piece so you're able to see, I know 12, and I want to explain why that, I believe, keeps coming up on here. The student to instructor ratio changes from 1 to 6, and then just state statute requires us to have more instructors, especially on the high liability things, firearms and that stuff. So that's why when we use the word 12, we're not capped at 12. So if you come to us and you tell us you want us to train 16, we'll train 16. If you want us to train 6, we could do that, okay? So this is just different numbers.
On that point, can someone just, if anybody in the panel here can, again, I think for the public and for certainly myself, does anybody have an idea of like the the goal here, or is the goal to have, you know, a force multiplier of, we have our SRD, and then we have maybe one guardian, right, that is an employee, if you will, of the school at every elementary, maybe up to 2 or whatever, or like, is the goal that like, we have 50 people who have concealed, you know, right, do you understand where I'm going? Like, is there like a vision of like, okay, this year we train 12, and then we train another this, and then we train another this, and we just like,
I can tell you on the sheriff's office standpoint, we support having law enforcement in our schools. Again, the Guardian program, they'll not be able to have law enforcement authority. So we are very pro law enforcement and hopefully remain that way. However.
Yeah, and that to me that's like a given. Right? I don't think that's even I don't think that has been discussion that we would not have that partnership. I think this is like specifically for the Guardian program. You know, are we, because I'm not just looking at right now, right?
I'd have
I'm
to
looking
defer
at,
to
like,
Mr. Woolahan
short
because
term.
that is
Maybe I
the direction of the
help with
board for that.
Because this was brought up when you weren't here.
Yeah, thank
So I
you,
think
Sharon.
this might help. The basic goal was to at least have a guardian in all of our schools.
Yeah.
Okay, one.
Minimum,
Yeah, because we do have SRDs, and we're very reliant on them, and we appreciate the partnership that we have developed over the years. There's no doubt about that. And it's very costly, but we don't mind that cost because it's safety in our schools. Do we need to add another person? That's what this discussion and this whole process with guardians about. Like they said, they will have a weapon, but they have no other authority except to use that with an assailant in the building. All right, that's their job, to be that person, if a backup. Our buildings are big in many instances, so it's very hard for our SRDs, even in the high schools with 2 of them, possibly to get where they need to be because of the size and the layout of our buildings. And some of them are even increasing in size. So that's why we got to where we are here right now.
Okay, so I would assume, and again, I don't know, Superintendent Lozada, if you would respond to this, or you, Tom, who would be advising on, okay, Matanzas, now we have the expansion, like, this is our recommended number that we feel we need?
So I think it's unique if you definitely have to consider the model, uniform or a plainclothes guardian. If you obviously go with a plainclothes guardian, you're going to go with a phased-in approach, and you're going to end up building that number. There are some districts that have plainclothes guardians up in the 80s by now, and they started back in that 2018 when the guardian program was just introduced.
For a district, they have 80?
That could be a very large district.
Well, yes.
It's actually a small district.
I'm learning more about this measure.
No, it's a small district, and to his point, in 2018, it was a phase-in approach. So you train 10, the following year you train 10, the following year you train 10, so you continue to expand
And this is
your
why,
capacity.
I'm sorry, this is why I bring this up, because again, as an elected representative of the public, I would like the public to know, what are we considering for not just today, but what is the vision here? Like, because maybe as a parent, it sits right with me to, you know, have that SRD, and then to have one or, you know what I mean, 1 or 2, right? But, maybe, I have a little anxiety when I think about having 50 guns, right, like, on my child's campus. And so, as we have this conversation, I would like to know both the initial, what we would be talking about, but then also what is the long-term vision, because I think our parents, our staff, our students, and the public need to really be aware of both.
Okay, I'll take that again. I think that right now, we just have to decide, A, are we interested in having guardians, now that we're looking at the cost impact? Because it's a financial impact, and that's our short-term goal would be 1 at every and an extra.
So 1 step at a time.
Okay, yes. And I think down the road, future school boards, which many you may be involved in or you will not be involved in, would make the further decision if we do go that route to expand. So we're not in any position at this particular time to give you an end goal because we don't know. We don't even know where the start goal is.
Yeah.
So
Fair
we've got to find our starting point if that's where we're going to go. You know, and number 1 for us, being as small as we are, we're fortunate we can afford SRDs. Other districts can't or don't. So we have a definite plus. That's something that a lot of schools, you know, they had to make changes and they had to come up with these various programs so that they could at least have some kind of safety in their buildings.
Fair.
Yeah. Ms. Sun, I just like to say too that, you know, well, to everybody really, you know, this is, you know, the vision and that, it's gonna come from the board here. We're gonna put this together, but this is information that we need to get there, right? So I think if we look at it as like, right now, let's just digest this presentation.
Yeah.
So that we can individually, because we all will have our own opinions and our own views, to represent the community, as you said, but we'll be able to make more informed decisions based on the presentation that we have here today. And again, everybody's welcome to do whatever they want, but maybe we could let them get through the
I'll be quiet.
presentation, and maybe we could save the questions at the
I
end,
agree.
because they might answer them just as they go through. So just a suggestion, so,
All right.
okay?
All right, so we're at 12 roughly, and a cost to train. That's where we are.
Yes. So just to understand the breakdown as well, what I was explaining with the instructor to student ratio, the 1 to 6, if we train that involves a certain amount of required instructors. Once you get up to 7 to 12, that changes the amount of instructors. So that's why it was hard to break down and just provide one specific, what is it going to cost per guardian, because that changes depending on the amount of people that we train. So that's why the breakdown is done in accordance like this, just so that you're aware. Here are the background and processing costs. This is just the initial on here. However, the liability insurance, such as the same as what was just getting discussed, that's gonna be a reoccurring cost of the $1,034 per year per guardian. And that is the quote we go through our Florida Sheriff's Association, and they're considered high liability, which is why that.
So they would be included in that?
Both
Correct, but
agencies,
both-
so
So we
they
have
have their
liability for the
liability,
school and
yes.
liability for the
Correct,
sheriff's
that's the
office. I got it.
recommendation that most agencies are going with.
Got it.
Okay.
Yep.
The equipment cost, these are going to be the cost of what it would be for, if we go with the concealed portion of it. Just the difference between the Glock 43X and the 48 is just the difference of whether it's gonna be a full size, of whether you would go with a uniformed deputy, or not deputy, I'm sorry, guardian or not. Concealment holster, mag holder, and the med pouch and the tourniquet, that is something that, again, if it's opted back in the 8 additional hours of the tactical med training that we're talking about, that is not required but optional. So that cost, if you opted not to go with that route, then that would be eliminated from it, the $150.
And that's per guardian?
Correct. These are just ammunition costs, just so that you're aware of what they are. Range supplies, this is also based on per guardian as well, the ammunition supplies, and just so that you understand, when you look on here, just safety glasses, ear protection, target stand replacement, and steel wear. Just so that you know what that is, those are the steel targets that we have, and after a certain amount of getting shot at, they do require to be replaced. And this would be about how many they would go through. So this is also on a per guardian analysis. These are the instructor costs. So this was the breakdown providing through our training unit and our human resource department as a breakdown of what it is for the instructor cost.
And they require 1 for every 6 guardians, so you need 2 for 12.
Well,
How's that working?
one instructor, and then like one, whoever the head person is, like whether it's a range master out there or whatnot. So actually, when you look at it in a 1 to 6, that's actually gonna be 2.
Okay, that's different. I was thinking 1 per, now there'll be 2.
And
2 for the 1 to 6, and then once you get into the next 7 to 12 group,
Yes.
then it would still be like 1 range master per 2 instructors. So
Okay.
it would
Another
just.
instructor, but you always have the range.
correct.
Range master or the person that is actually the head of whatever training that it is. There is the legal portion of it, which is down to 4 hours. That is not considered where you need multiple people on there, so that can be done with one person.
Okay.
It's the higher liability ones. Once you get into 13 to, 13 to 18, then it just, like I said, the range person or whoever the head instructor is stays the same, and it just goes up an additional instructor.
Gotcha.
Uniforms and radios, just to go over, were not factored into this at this time, just, again, just waiting kind of further direction, and it's something that we can visit and talk about.
And board, for your awareness, if you went with a uniform model, if you chose to move that route, 800 megahertz radios to be programmed on the sheriff's channel cost at approximately $4,500 to $5,000 a piece. And the cost of uniforms, so.
So for the grant, do we know how much that grant would be and what it would be used for?
So let's finish and then I'll,
Okay.
yeah,
Go
let
ahead.
Commander,
All right, you got it.
you got one more?
Okay.
You got one more. This is just the liability.
Also, the reoccurring cost, just for an annual requalification, and I apologize, I thought I had that printed on here. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, so just, this is for the annual requalifications out there. And that is going to be $347.91 a person. And what that is for ammunition, targets, and range supplies once again. And another thing to keep in that we just visited on was just what the liability insurance would be, which is, again, $1,034.54 per person. Reoccurring. And as far as, it's always encouraged by other agencies to continue to train and just keep people updated on stuff like that. Is it actually a requirement right now? No, but it is a recommendation. So that is just based on the direction of the board and how you'd like to proceed with that. But I know you still have a lot to figure out here with what model and stuff you'd like to proceed.
So now we have that information, what's the grant?
Yeah, so Ms. Chong, the grant is $6.5 million allocated to all the districts. So each district has a base amount of $100,000. So each district is allocated $100,000. Once once each district submits all their invoices and everything else, then the DOE looks at what's left, and then they appropriate what's left to the districts that are utilizing the Guardian program.
Is that every year or?
It is every year. So.
And but there's still no guarantee we would get that every year, because, or say.
So right now.
Now they have 10 schools that are involved, next year they have 20 schools that are involved, that will take that allocation.
Of the Guardian program?
Yeah.
So there's 46 districts that actually use the Guardian program.
All right.
So you know, if you're do quick math in your head, that's $4.6 million. So then what's left over of you know, the $1.9 million, and then they appropriate that money. Where we were trying to work with DOE and to see what was left of that last cycle. You know, if we were to choose an instructional or non-instructional, let's start June 1st. You know, we try to be able to dig into that previous cycle. Right now, Melissa Baker with DOE is out, so all questions are being referred to Tim Hay, the executive director, and he's moving those questions to his team. So I know Commander has had great conversations with DOE on how they even invoice and what's the turnover time, but that's all done through the Sheriff's Department.
Okay, back to Sheriff's Department. The total cost analysis that you have for 12, it would be 76,000. Does that include, or are all these an additional charges that you just reviewed? Are they included in that?
Yes, they're all
Okay,
included.
So it would be 76, that's where I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. So it's $76,726.
Based on the 12 estimate, yes.
Yeah, on 12.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's with the ammunition, all these breakouts here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking it was an addition
I
at
think so
first.
too.
And I'm
Except
like,
for-
oh, no.
It's,
Except for radios and
Well, that's
uniforms,
not
of course, if the
Radios,
board
right,
chooses to move
yeah.
with a uniformed
Yep,
model.
yep, yep,
So
yep.
then, what is the, if we're potentially gonna get a grant of 100,000, okay, gotcha. Okay, so then they get the grant for 100,000, and so, but it's gonna cost us 76,000 for our program. Where does the difference go? Does it go back to the program, or?
The difference of, let's say, $24,000?
Yeah.
No, it does not.
Oh,
Goes back to
It stays in the,
It
stays in that box.
Does it roll
It stays
over
in
to
the
the?
pot.
We provide invoices
Okay.
and then they reimburse us, so we
Right.
don't have that money up front
Yeah, you don't get it.
sitting in an account.
Right.
It's just,
Okay.
and from what I understand, it's a week and a half up to 8 weeks, depending on how many invoices they have coming in throughout the state from other counties on
So
reimbursement.
they're only gonna reimburse you what you spend?
As you get it,
Okay.
absolutely.
I always get concerned when it's grant, because grants end. So, it's nice to be able to get that money, but I don't know if 10 years from now it's still gonna be there. So, you also have to make sure that no matter what, you can carry that in your budget line, just in case.
Sure.
Just in
Something to-
case, it's just planting that seed too.
Good thing to consider.
Yeah.
One thing we do have so far is, when did this start? This grant has been being issued since 2018, so.
Good in 19, 20.
I mean, it's good, nothing's
Now.
for sure, but
Yeah.
it shows that the state's been committed to this, here, and I know that the governor has spoken to be committed
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, absolutely.
Personally, I would like to learn more about the plainclothes guardians and just start there, and maybe we just phase them in, like the superintendent mentioned. We don't have, maybe we don't do 12, but start small. That's just where I stand.
Go ahead.
If we're going to that now, I would say the same, that I think the plain closed option would be best, to continue to explore, so we can have some focus now on one program, and we can just kind of push the other one out. I like it, it's not just the economics of it, but I think there is an advantage and a deterrent factor, that this person is not easily identified. They don't know, so in itself, a perpetrator that may be enough to have them call off their actions, because they can't plan for that unknown extra person in the school. So aside from all the other things we've already talked about big schools and campuses, that I think everybody's on board with that. But I think that gives an advantage, and by the mere fact that we had 112 people say that they would be willing to do this, and we only need 12, listen, there's things that I'm willing to do, but I don't like doing surveys. So there could be more in this number, but that's who just clearly said, hey, I want to participate in here. So I think that's enough positive response when you have a job offering, and for 12 candidates and 112 apply. That's a good response. So my view would be that we continue to explore plainclothes guardians.
I just wanted to ask a quick question, and then I will share. As far as any guidance insight you could give on, if we train 12, and 4 of them, 4 weeks in, are like, I don't like this, right? Like, this isn't for me. But we want that, like, we still want to have that guardian in those schools. Let's say it's two people, right? They move, they quit, they say, I don't wanna do this anymore. I would assume a lot of this training is ILT, instructor-led training, right? I would assume that fixed cost would be whether we train, if it's a 1 to 6, it would be whether we train 1, you know what I mean, or whether we train 6, right? It would be that same cost.
Yes.
So that's just the other thing that I would want us to be considering. I mean, I was just made aware that we, had someone turn in their 2 weeks' notice, for different reasons, and so that's just a very.
Sure.
Do you have anything else that, as I say that like comes to mind that would be something that we should consider on that point?
Go ahead.
No, that is a very important point that you bring up, because that is one of the biggest discussions that we have had is turnover.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, you get 12 up front, 2 decide it's not for them, 2 don't make it through the program initially.
Awesome.
So yes,
Yeah.
that is something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I would want to have more conversation on. I assume also within the sheriff's office, you guys run into that, and do you overtrain? Do you train more than what you need? You know what I mean? Well, I think that's an inevitable part. If we were to approve this, that's an inevitable
Sure.
part of that. That would be great to have more guidance from you guys on that. Yeah, I would be interested, if anything, in the plainclothes. I've already talked about the campus advisor when we met last. So I'm not necessarily in favor of, I've already mentioned, I think, as well as Dr. Conklin of, is it a military law enforcement background? Is it not, we make sure it is not any instructional staff, right? So, but I think if I did have a preference in this, it certainly would be under the plain clothed, right, like bucket. So yes, I would be in agreement with that.
To speak to what you said, Ms. Hunt, essentially, if we look at this as more of like other districts have as a kind of a phase-in also, in the sense that in those scenarios that those would be part of the growing pains of the program. I just want to clarify this is, we are meeting the requirements by having an SRD on campus, right? This is a supplement to that, right? So there aren't, although we want to have them there, right? If we have a turnover, and we have a school that may not have a guardian for a period of time, we're not in violation of any statutes, right? So it just means we have to deal with that, whether it has to wait till the next cycle. I think if we look at it from that lens, these problems will kind of work themselves out, because.
But that's the conversation, right?
Absolutely.
Like we would then wait till the next, here are our training periods.
That's a conversation for us to have, right?
Totally, absolutely. I just want to make sure that's
Yeah.
included in the conversation.
Absolutely,
So, thank
100%.
you.
Dr. Conklin, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Sure. Just a few questions, and then I'm really kind of in listening mode, gathering information. I was eager to hear the presentation today, and hopefully we can get what was shared during the meeting put on board docs for the public to review and to see, and so that I can also go back and review and see as well. And so I do believe that I'm hearing correctly, the plain clothes, if we were to go with one or two options, that would be the option that I think would make sense. However, I would still say at this point, I'm still kind of in that gathering information mode. Would like to really try to fully understand the budget impact. I certainly absolutely positively don't want to, and I think there's consensus among all of the board, we don't want to do anything that's not going to add to, not replace our relationship with our SROs in our building. But I am concerned about some of the budget impacts. So I do see this as a force multiplier. And I've mentioned before, well, we may have had, I think, 112, 117 step forward and say they were interested. I'm curious to know how many of those were, and I don't know, Tommy, if you can answer this now. Do you know how many of those folks out of the 112 were school-based folks? Meaning, do we know, there was 2 at Old Kings Elementary School, there was 1 that was based at FPC, there was 1, do we know that information?
Yes, we do. So Dr. Conklin, each school was represented. Flagler, they had 1, Wadsworth, they had 4, Old Kings 4, Rimfire 5, Belterre 5, ITMS 10, Buddy Taylor 11, Bunnell 11, Matanzas, I think they were 15 and FPC was 16, and then the rest of them came from district staff. So plant services, custodial, transportation, I think was even involved in that. I'm not sure if that's the direction that would benefit the schools, but it was an anonymous survey, so I wasn't able to disseminate the district office responses.
Yes, understood. And of the 112, you said how many were retired military or police officers?
17 had former military or law enforcement background.
And of the 17, Tommy, do you know how many of those folks were represented at our schools?
I do not.
because that would be something that I'd be very interested in. I personally have not, my opinion on that piece really hasn't swayed too much. I know I'm only one of 5, but having somebody that has prior experience in law enforcement, I keep thinking of, Calvin Grant as retired, which is perfect. That type of individual would be ideal for this. And so I'd be very curious to know of those that did volunteer, and I think I heard Will mention there may even be more that may be interested in, completing a survey down the road if we, decide to actually do this. But I'd be very curious about the retired military and law enforcement, those with that specific expertise and background. So thank you. Again, just in digestion, there's a lot of information shared today, but just digesting all the information. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Conklin. Okay, I too believe that we certainly, the uniformed, considering our budget and financial situations, is just, we can't do that. It's too financially strapping. We really can't, even with any grants. That's a lot of money. And, it's not gonna go down, it's always gonna go up. So I would be, the only way we can possibly move forward would be with the plain clothes. So what I'm hearing from everybody else, that they would be more interested in getting the details now on that possible format and exact costs, rounded out as best possible to see where we would be, and then we can come to a conclusion of whether we proceed or not. Because right now, we've narrowed it down to one item that we can now all get together and then inform us what it's gonna be, and then we know what we're looking at. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
I really thank the Sheriff's Office and the 3 of you for being here and providing this information, because it's very helpful. And we needed to see this. Tommy, you've been on this from the start. So we do. The only other concern that I will throw out there, and it's something that we have to keep in mind, how many employees do we have here, Ms. Middlestat, roughly?
Over 1,800.
Over 1,800 employees, and we have an awful lot of non-responses. That concerns me. That concerns me. It's 1,800 people. I don't know if they're in favor of, having guns in the school. I hear a lot of people that don't like the concept. They're glad they have the trained officers, but as opposed to guardian, it's a lot different. And not having their input, or, is this something that we need to do? We have to keep that in mind. I think we need to keep that in the back of our minds too.
Absolutely, and we still have our Let's Talk platform wide open for our guardian conversations. We do have some responses coming in, and I open it up to our faculty and staff and public to submit any comments through Let's Talk.
That's perfect. So I highly encourage using the Let's Talk app. Here's an opportunity to use that to help us understand where you stand as far as adding additional guardians with guns. And they're just for assailants. They have no other purpose other than if we are breached, and go from there. That would be helpful, and then keeping us informed as to the information that you receive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very
Can I
much.
have a final clarification?
One more thing.
So, I know Dr. Conklin asked for this to be posted on Board Doc. This is not Flagler School District's work. This is part of information sharing. So the Sheriff's Office would have to grant permission for that to be loaded. Otherwise, we could just share paper copies to appropriate staff and personnel as under your direction.
We will get back to you on that.
Perfect.
All right, Dan, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, I think I'm gonna take a 5-minute break, because we're about, we're in the middle of this. And when we come back, we will then be going to 6.03 school choice update. Mr. Marquez.
Very good.
school choice with Mr. Marcos Jackson.
All right. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Board members, and Superintendent Middlestat. We're bringing forth a update for our school choice process for the 23-24 school year. The presentation is it's a brief update. It's divided into two sections. One goes over the type of applications for school choice, and the second one goes over the timeline that we're looking at for the new school year. So the school choice applications that we have for our district, we actually have 4 different types, and I'll walk through all of those. The first type is the most common one, which is our controlled open enrollment application. That is grounded in Florida State Statute 1002.31. It is also overseen through our board policy 502.1, which talks about transfer of students and controlled open enrollment. So for our upcoming school year, out of our 9 brick and mortar buildings, we have 5 schools that will be available for controlled open enrollment for the upcoming school year, and that is all 5 of our elementary schools. The other ones will not be available due to capacity, and that's grounded in statute as well, and like I said, it's in the board policy. So the second type of school choice application is called the program of choice application. This is something explicitly for our high school students. So many times there may be students that are in the FPC zone, but they may want to attend certain programs of study at, say, Matanzas High School, like ACE is a very common one that we've had around for a while, the Law Academy, and then we've added some additional ones at both high schools this year. IB has been a historical popular one at FPC, and FIRE has been a historical one. So there will be a total of 12 this upcoming school year for parents to decide and students to decide if that's what they want to do. Very simply put, for that process, the student, if they're interested in that, they'll go, or parent will go online to that school's website. They'll fill out the application for that school that they're interested in for that program, and then from there the school will let them know if their application has been approved. If they're out of zone, that's when the second step is they would go to the district website and complete that program of choice application so that we can code those students correctly. The third type of application is called the employee student transfer application. So this one is specifically for district employees. Every district employee, if they, let's say they work at Belterre Elementary, and they want their student to attend one of the other schools. Well, just like any other parent or guardian, if you want your student to attend one of the other schools outside of your zone, the first step is you really could go and do controlled open enrollment, because that is a process that once you are accepted for controlled open enrollment, you are good through the end of that school's last year. So elementary, you're good through 5th grade, middle school, you're good through 8th, and high school, you're good through 12th without having to reapply. The only time somebody would have to reapply for controlled open enrollment is if they're out of district. And we do have some of those, and we've notified those families, hey, just a reminder, your application is going to expire at the end of the year. Please just reapply if you're interested. So where somebody might decide they need to do an employee student transfer application could be for, say, one of those 4 schools that will not be available due to capacity. That's something an employee could opt to do. These are only good for 1 school year because it's that's a condition of being employed in our district. Our fourth type is the hardship waiver application, and again, this is also valid for 1 school year. And so with this process, all of these applications, they're reviewed one at a time, and the parent or guardian, they explicitly state what is the nature of their hardship, and then they can always upload, or they can send into our office maybe any supporting documentation as to why they feel that there's a hardship for their student to attend an out-of-zone school that is either closed, let's say, for controlled open enrollment, or it may be after the time for controlled open enrollment. And I'll go into that timeline next. So the timeline for our applications, controlled open enrollment is from March 1st to March 31st, and parents or guardians can go online, like I said, and complete that once that window opens up. At that point, then we begin to review all the applications. We'll look at the capacity based on all of those applications that come to our elementary schools to determine, from there what the approval process would be. Then we notify parents between April 10th and April 14th as to the acceptance, or it could be that there are not enough seats for them at the school that they're looking to apply. So far, since I've been here, that has not been an issue. But as you know, we are a growing district, so that is something that could occur. The other applications also open up on March 1st, but if you notice, there's no end date to those. Because hardships, we have students or families that could move in after that deadline. Same thing, an employee could start, say, in October, right? And then the program of choice, you never know if a student may move from out of county or from out of state, and maybe they're a student in IB out of zone. So we always want to make sure we leave that opportunity for them there. We also wanted to update the board that VPK, kindergarten, and our K-12 registrations for 23-24, they will also open up beginning March 1st, so parents can start that enrollment process. Those were all the updates. This is something we do annually. We just wanted to make sure that we shared this with the board so that we could clearly communicate that. And this information is available online for parents to also go to our school choice page, and they can see the information there and the applications. The new ones have not been posted yet because we don't want people to start applying early, but they will be available and ready to go on March 1st.
The only suggestion I would have is, can you put this on our board docs, and just add it so that Ms. Conklin can take a look at it?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Because it's not. All right, we'll get it on there.
I have a quick question. How is this being communicated to parents? Is it on the Facebook page? Do guidance counselors advise? Like, whose responsibility is it for parents and
Communicate, sure.
guardians to know?
So the information actually appears on our district page. It also appears on our news feed so that parents will have that information. But school counselors are certainly communicating with 8th graders and 9th graders for the program of choice, what options that you're looking to do.
When you say news feed, Facebook or?
No, ma'am, on our district webpage. You know how we have the news articles, news in our district? It will appear there.
Chair Massaro, you may know this answer. Have we ever received feedback on how parents and guardians are learning about, because I keep hearing website, which just feels like not a lot of parents are going and searching for information on the website. Do we know, is it Facebook, is it text, like how do parents want to be parents and guardians, how do they want to be communicated with? Do we know this?
We do have a dashboard, I believe, that we use, that we kind of keep that data based on it, and it's generally from communications. So that's where it says how many contacts have we had by Facebook, how many contacts have we had by.
Oh, well, we can see
TikTok.
what's the.
Their preferred method.
So,
Yes.
so I guess the argument would be, wherever parents and guardians are going for the information, this is such an important piece that I would just want to make sure we are communicating across platforms of where our parents and guardians are looking.
And we, as a district, are really trying to lead our parents to our website.
Okay.
Because that is where we are updating
Because
information.
there's so much information.
Absolutely.
Otherwise it's like posts all the time.
Absolutely.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we've asked that of our schools as well, to be very strategic at the phone calls that they use, or
Yeah.
when we send out a text, it's usually something urgent, but we are really trying to push our families to use our
Yeah.
website.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep,
Okay.
just to add, since we're talking about communication, this is a constant communication I get from the community that it is the outward push of information, right? It's not so much that it's all there, right? It's on the website. But, there are certain times of the year where, what I'm saying is like some sort of like newsletter, right? That is that we have scheduled, that we know that, when this is happening, like, okay, it's time to prepare the school choice notification, and whatever means it is, in a push fashion, pushing it out, whether it's an email that has the bits of information, but the links lead to all the details on the website, right?
Sure.
And I think if we just started looking at some of these, just using this one as an example, there's many other of these that are kind of time sensitive. If we can get that out to the parents, and whether it be through email, or whether it be through text, or whether it be through social media, That's the expectation that I'm getting from the parents. They want it pushed out to them. I guess, so, and that's not just in this area, just maybe it's something that we can start thinking, and all our communications is pushing it out.
And you sent an email this past week. I got that, so
Okay, great.
that's good.
Yes,
And
we
I
do
think-
email our
Yeah.
families.
One thing I've noticed with high school anyway, the newsletter that the principals are sending out, it has a lot of all this detailed information included, and that might
Yeah.
help.
And is that
It's
the
first school.
role, is that who should be pushing this out? Is the individual schools themselves?
Information like this, we push out, so,
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Jackson did arrange for this information to be shared out with our family. So if it's information that's coming from the district, we do push it out. There are some times that we also ask our schools to include it in their
Yeah.
newsletters,
Yes.
Right.
as well. But having that balance so that the school district, at the district level, we're not sending out a lot of information, and then our schools are doing the same, and then it just kind of gets in the weeds of, the 15 emails that you may get in a day or a week. But
Are
being
those
very
roles,
concise.
are those roles defined right now? I mean, do they know as saying, hey, that's a district thing, we're gonna send these out, but district's gonna take care of that, so the principals know that, hey, we don't have to worry about that communication because it's already being taken care of? Are there defined roles on this, on these communications?
On different topics,
Yeah.
Absolutely. So when we push out surveys to our families, we inform our schools, here's the information, we want you to know about it, this is what the school is, the district is doing, we're sending it out in the email, we're adding it to class link, we're doing these things, here's your role as the school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Sorry.
Dr. Conklin, do you have anything to add?
Sorry.
Yeah, just that, as we look at choice programs and we look at capacity that's available for choice programs, and as we grow, some of the opportunities for parents to actually have choice within the public school setting is limited because of capacity. It eliminates that opportunity for choice, right? And so I would really encourage a future conversation around looking at creating some niche programming so that, especially as HB1 comes online and vouchers begin to expand and parents have multiple opportunities outside of public education, I think at some point, I hope that we can begin to have a conversation about some creative niche programs, whether it's satellite, whether it's programs within our current elementary schools, similar to what we have at the high schools, where even if they're at capacity, there's still an opportunity for parents to participate because there is a specific program available. So, not a conversation per se, but I would certainly hope and encourage us to look at that, similar to what we had with Phoenix and we had with other programs. I really think that if we are going to be competitive and welcoming for parents and really participate in choice, we need to start looking creatively at our educational programs. So I just would throw that out there when we're talking about choice, because we're limited with capacity, that we get creative and what that looks like.
Okay, everybody's shaking their head. Dr. Conklin, so I think they understand.
Okay, thanks.
And that made me think of just something, real quick. Because there's capacity with FIRE, Law Academy, I think about different students. One student wants to be in Law Academy because her or his friend is gonna be in it, right? No interest, you know what I mean? Just, hey, that sounds fun. We have another student who, that's their path, right? Like they are jazzed about law, or they're jazzed about FIRE. Do we have an application of sorts, or do we have something in place where it's not just for first come, first serve, but we're really trying to get the students who, there really is gonna be ROI for the community or for themselves, right? If they are a part of this, one of these programs.
Absolutely. So for each one of the programs of studies at our high school, there is an application process that is done at the school level to inform the student and the families of the expectations of the program. And then once they are accepted into that program or they're committed to that program, then they go on and do the second portion of it if they are outside of zone to be choiced into their district.
Thank you. Awesome.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, we're gonna move to Human Resources, 7.01, Flagler County Education Foundation job descriptions. Mr. Willett, Ms. Rizzo, and, I don't know, is Ms. Butler coming up, or just, no? Okay, just
No, thank you.
You sure? I invited her.
Yeah. Thank you.
Don't start laughing.
Okay.
Chairman Sauer, board members,
Yep.
Superintendent Middlestat, we're here to share with you 4 job descriptions that continue a process that started recently with what was shared with you as far as their memorandum of understanding between the board and the organization for Flagler Ed Foundation. This is obviously a unique organization that is indispensable to what we do here as a school district. And so they've offered up 4 job descriptions at a professional level as Assistant Director for Student Services, Assistant Director of Marketing and Communications, Assistant Director and Fund Development, and Assistant Director for Finance and Operations. To speak a little bit on Ms. Rizzo's behalf, this is due to their success and their forward motion as far as what they do as an organization. There was a need to flatten out division of duties and be very clear on them, and in that vein, to make sure that the level or the status of each one of these folks moving forward was commensurate with each other's, so that they could work together, I guess, more collaboratively.
All right, do we have any questions? I mean, I'm just perusing them myself. I have a question if nobody, can you explain, Ms. Rizzo, where we are, what is our status today? Does this change it at all, or is it just?
So this is, with the growth of the foundation in the last couple years, this is way overdue. And they had started to work on this last year about this time, and then obviously with the challenges the foundation faced in the last year, it got delayed, and we're just getting back to the point of being more specific about what these responsibilities are, and moving forward with this. And we've worked with the Florida Consortium of Education Foundations to help us with our strategic planning, and developing the MOU, our new bylaws, and these new job descriptions.
Okay, what is our employment status today? What do we have? I know you're considered full-time.
Yes,
And what
all
else
of
do you
our
have?
employees are full-time.
So
They're all
it's not
full-time.
much of a change
No.
then, more in language?
Yes, all in
Okay.
language, correct.
And then I know we don't pay you.
No.
Okay, that has to go through your board.
Yes.
My only other question is, you're doing well now, what happens in the future? Say you have a really bad year, what happens to everybody's salaries and?
So the board approves the budget. The salaries are included in that. The board has actually talked about this recently due to what's happening in the economy. We do have a large reserve to help us through probably 3 to 5 years to maintain our current operational budget.
Okay, and we're definitely not gonna be having to make more money to pay more staff. I mean, we're still staying in the status quo.
Yes,
pretty much.
absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
that's.
Unless we continue to grow, fingers crossed,
Then
and we
we'll
continue,
add.
yes,
Yes, I
yes.
get that, okay.
Yep.
All right, anyone else have questions? I see none. I think we're in good shape, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Operational services, number 8. Already did the Guardian, we're going to school start times briefing, Mr. Freeman and the rest of the team.
Good afternoon, Board, Madam Chair, Superintendent Middlestat. At our last board meeting on the 17th of January, you asked us to review our school start times with the focus on could we move or adjust our middle school start times back. We developed a team that you see here at the table right here to look at our start times historically and why we landed pretty much on these times. We also sent a survey out to our principals to provide us with recommendations, thoughts, and information, as well as pros and cons of a couple options that we presented to them. We looked at the historical times, the impact of students in the surrounding districts, where they start, and importantly, the budget impacts as well. So this next slide that you have right here is our current start times, and as you see, we adjusted our middle school from 7:20 to 7:30 based upon planning inside the day and outside the day, and the time that we have for instruction time. We currently use a three-tiered system. In a three-tiered system, Dr. Rawls is going to go into that a little bit later on, but the three-tiered system is basically 3 routes that we have, and you'll see on the next slide, if you move, I'll have Dr. Rawls discuss that system.
So currently, this school year, with the shift of the bell times last year, we were able to implement the 3-tier busing system. The 3-tier busing system allows us to maximize the use of one vehicle per student. Right now, based off of the capacity rates that we have set, we can put 165 kids and utilize one bus to accommodate that 165 kids per tier, so middle school, elementary, and high. And that allows us to get the maximum use and maximum bus occupancy, much more than we had before, where we used a 2-tier system, because that cut out about 60 kids being able to maximize the use of that bus. And to the slide, you'll see we put some bullets in there to kind of discuss that and kind of talk about some of the considerations that the 3-tier system benefits.
This is where we were historically when research went through our board documents on when we had changed our times. Again, the tiered system, you see that all of these were 2-tiered hybrids, so they were basically 2 routes primarily, and then some routes were moved to 3 routes. From 2006, 07 to 2011, we changed our planning inside the day, so that was the reason why we changed those times. And then from 2013 and 14 to 2017 to 2018, we went from 180 days to 179 days. So we had to make an adjustment there. So that is why we made those changes.
So we were able to provide some of the historical transportation data, and we went back to 2018. The first set of numbers up there, we'll see number of buses and routes. 2018-19, we ran 84 buses, which accommodated that 2-tier hybrid system, where we had some routes that could man 3 tiers based off of the elementary start times, because they were not all on the same schedule. We continue in 18-19, 2021, we get into the pandemic, so we were able to take some buses off the road because we did not function at full capacity. And 2021, 2022, when we come back with a 3-tiered system, pre-COVID, we went from 84 buses down to 62. So just being able to stack those routes and be able to maximize the tiers, we were able to take some of those vehicles off the road.
And I think it's important to note here that to operate a bus, Dr. Rawls, it's about $82,000. Is that right?
It's about $82,000 per vehicle that we put on the road. Right now, currently, and these numbers are based off of last year, We currently get about 49% reimbursement from the Department of Ed, and then the board covers the other 51%, and those numbers are approximate. They do vary from year to year, but it's always about a 50-50 split. But to run a school bus, it's about $82,000, and that encompasses driver's salary, wear and tear, maintenance, salary of mechanics, and supplies and equipment.
And that 51%, we just attended finance training, right? So we know everything now. Fairly recent state statute, if a student lives within, a kindergartner lives within 2 miles of their campus, please correct me where I'm wrong. If a student lives within 2 miles of their campus, the state does not fund their transportation. They have to live outside. So as a kindergartner would need to walk 2 miles from their home to campus, back and forth, for the state to cover. So otherwise it comes out of our general fund.
That's correct.
Okay.
And we at Flagler, we currently do what is called a 1 mile walkout. So we have been a little bit more generous and said, hey, we're going to extend this 2 mile boundary. We're going to extend it to 1 mile for our elementary students.
So do we not offer services if someone is within the mile?
Within the mile, they will, unless they are special needs and have an IEP that accommodates that. But if they live within the 1 mile radius, they will walk to school.
Which is why the car rider line is
In some locations, yes, ma'am.
is long. Okay, thank you.
I think,
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Conklin.
Quick question, thank you. When we're looking, a lot of what we're hearing is a little off topic, but not really when we look at this slide. Is the goal, I would think that the goal would be to increase the percentage of eligible riders, right? Is that the ultimate goal when we look at historical data like this?
No, that's not the ultimate goal. The only way we can increase eligible riders is by, people moving into the county. We have no control over the amount of people or the amount of students that come to the district. So this kind of data just helps us to know where we are from a district standpoint, from an operational standpoint, and then as well as an efficiency standpoint, and kind of help to be able to gather cost analysis and things like that.
Well, I guess the reason I mention it is because in some ways we can control the percent of our students that ride the bus. Because what we're hearing, I'm sure everybody is hearing, is that some of our buses, and when I look at this number of the number of total buses that we're actually using en route, has decreased. A number of our buses are tremendously overcrowded. And so I just wonder what the impact of that is on the percent of students actually riding our school buses.
So, Dr. Conklin, to that point, we have a ratio that we use, and that ratio is 50 for our high school students, 55 for our elementary students, and 55 for our middle school students, and then 60 for our elementary. If we get to a position...
How many backside is that in a seat? Is it 3 or 2?
For our high school and middle school, that is about 2 to a seat. Bus capacity is actually designed at 77. The bench that the students will sit on is about 39 inches wide, and so for our middle school and high school students, we can get about 2 students per bench.
Okay, so if we're hearing, complaints from parents about it being 6 across, 3 and 3, then you should be alerted to that.
Most definitely, but if we have been put on notice about that, and drivers do report that, if we have high numbers, we have been intentional in making sure that we balance the loads and even those out. So we would appreciate that feedback if that's going on.
You got it. Thank you.
And if I could just clarify, the eligible ridership, we are already exceeding what is expected by the statute. So this local board has already made decisions to put students on a bus you will not get funded for to bring them safely to school. And so there's not really a threshold to create an opportunity. Overcapacity does not give us increased eligible ridership for funding. That doesn't happen that way. It's to Dr. Rawls' point, if there are those routes out there, we want to be very mindful and make sure that we are accommodating as we can.
Yes, I appreciate that clarification. It was the decrease in route that was leading me to the question of our overcrowded buses. So thank you for that.
But bringing it back to start times, really, I mean, the message is we need to be efficient for funding purposes, for, you know, whatever. We have constraints. And part of the decision making for start times is
Buses.
All this considered. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Plus, yeah, there are others.
Buses, the type, the tiers, the number of routes,
Yeah.
all of those
Like
things.
in a perfect world, everyone would start at 8:30. You know what I mean? And we'd have bazillions of buses and, right, self-driving.
Yes, yes, so
Cover
transportation
crafts.
would be, when it comes to looking at school start times, bell start times, transportation would be one of the top priorities to review and consider because it will require
Sure.
additional resources.
Transportation.
Should you try
Yes.
to align the times too close.
Okay. We can go on to the next one.
So we took a look at the start and end times that are in our surrounding districts, which are in blue. And you can notice that, so Putnam now has junior, senior high schools, and so that's why you'll notice a shared start time between the high school and middle school is just 9 to 3:45. We looked at St. John's as well, Volusia and Nassau. In addition, we selected some additional counties just to see what their start times were to give the board reference if you're interested in additional county start times. There are some inconsistencies. Last year, we did move to have all of our elementary schools start at the same time, whereas previous years, we had 3 different start times for them. There are some districts out there that still have variation in the start and end times within those grade band schools. But as you can see, for Volusia, for example, their combination schools, if they're a K-8 or a 6-12, they may not follow those traditional times, but otherwise they do. In Nassau, and it's really based on the proximity of an elementary school to a middle school to a high school that may dictate some variation from the norm that we're seeing across the start and end times for the middle school, elementary school, and high schools. So in the blue, you can see our current start times and end times, and in the red, you would see like a tiered approach. So the numbers that you'll see with the arrows, so in the first table, under the current start times, from middle to high school, there's a 40-minute turnaround time for the buses, and from high school to elementary school in the morning, there's a 60-minute turnaround for the bus time. At the end of the day, it's 60 minutes on both ends. If you were to look at the tiered approach, and this is to say that we're not going to say which tier each school would fall in or which school band would fall in, but if we were to adjust those start times to 7:45, 8:35, and 9:35, we'd have a 50-minute difference between the start between tier 1 and tier 2, and a 60-minute difference turnaround time for the buses if we went from tier 2 to tier 3. However, you'll notice that there aren't values listed for the alternative end times because the middle schools and the high schools and the elementary schools have different length days. So if we were to go ahead and look at the amount of time, if we can go to the next slide, I apologize. So we put the middle school because their day length is not 6. So if you look at the elementary schools to the high school and the high schools, their start to end time is 6 hours and 30 minutes. If you go from the middle schools, because their planning is outside the day, that reduces their school time that students are in the building to be 6 hours and 10 minutes. So the start and end times would vary based on where that middle school was situated. The elementary schools and the high schools, since they're both 6.5 hours in length, since the planning is built inside the day, it doesn't matter which tier you put them on because they're interchangeable. So you'll notice that if the middle school were the first tier, you would have plenty of time on both ends for turnaround. If you were to place the middle school in that middle tier and these were the selected start times, you would only see a 30-minute turnaround between whichever was in tier 1 and that middle school sitting at tier 2. And the third option, if middle school were the last school to start, in that last tier, and if those were the selected start times, then again, on the front end, the difference between tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 would remain the same, but the turnaround time between tier 3 and tier 2 and tier 3 would only be 40 minutes. As a rule of thumb, in working with transportation when they were working on routing, we need a 50-minute turnaround time in order to accommodate students. And just for perspective, these start times and end times, we use them to kind of as a reference, like a reference point. They don't necessarily have to be that exact start time. So if the pleasure of the board was to adjust the start time for the first tier to be 7:30, everything would be back down 15 minutes. And then you could keep one tier if at a later time if you so chose. You could also have everyone, like the earliest start time be 8 o'clock, and again, you would just adjust by 15 minutes in the other direction. We use those times as a point of reference because we looked at the end times first, and we talked about what historically has happened, and our latest schools, from a historical standpoint, I apologize, just give me a moment, our latest release time that we've had since 2007 for any school was that 3:40 time. So we tried to stay consistent about that latest end time, and obviously that wasn't really an option. If a school starts at 9:35, you would have to go to 4:05 unless we flipped it on the back end. So these are just some options to consider.
And also, board, if we go back to the previous slide, when we, to Louise's point, where we see the 30 minutes and we see the 40 minutes, we also still have to consider that there's a 7-minute load and dismissal time for students to load. So that 40 minutes actually goes to 33, and then the 30 minutes actually go to 27, because we have to give students time to get out to the buses and load them and dismiss. When you get below that 50-minute mark, the only way you can get the job done on time and not have kids waiting or teachers out supervising kids is to add additional buses when you cut the time down like that, because they don't have enough time to get to the end of the county or get to the end of their line point and get back to the next designated school.
Questions?
Is there any reason the middle school and high school can't switch, or is there a rationale to the times?
So if you'll go back to the previous slide, having the middle school in that middle tier, because of their shortened start time, makes it a little bit more challenging. So without adding additional buses. So middle school would have to either be the first tier or the last tier. And currently, middle school is the first one, high school is the second one. So we would have to look at adjusting all 3 levels or add additional buses.
Anybody else?
Did you mention the option of just pushing the whole day? Was that one of the things that you mentioned at all? Was like if we just we just take this and we start everything 20 minutes later? Like, was that one of the options you mentioned?
We did not talk about that necessarily, but if you look at the first option, that kind of is shifting everyone 15 minutes.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
It was shifting the middle school 15 minutes, and then we shifted the high school and the elementary school additional time, but that could be adjusted back so that everyone just shifts 15 minutes if that was the pleasure of the board.
And what's going through my mind is we are in fact the community of no sidewalks, at least in Palm Coast, right? I can't speak for the other communities, but if some of our students are ending at 4:05, the closer we then would get to 5 o'clock, then to me we have a safety issue, right? Because we have kids getting off the bus, and we have some driving issues, at least in Palm Coast, driver issues, and combined with no sidewalks, right? So I would certainly be interested in exploring if we just moved everything, we just added time to everybody, it's like I'm always looking for a solution, right? Like, how do we do our best to make everybody happy, but still, I certainly wouldn't want us to go too close to much later in the day.
Well, the one thing that of course we got to work out the timing here, but when it comes to the earliest dismissal, in my mind, I feel it would be better that it would be the high school. And the reason why I think that is because, you know, one, in the high schools, you also have a percentage of the students that also can transport themselves by car, right? They have the driver's license, and that also could create opportunity for after-school part-time jobs, things like that. And that, you know, that's more likely to happen, you know, obviously because of their age, to utilize that time in a productive way, where our middle schools are with younger kids, and that also could put some burden on parents picking them up a little earlier in the day, where some of that might be mitigated just by the mere fact that some of those students at the high schools can transport themselves, whether it be by car or bike or walk or whatever it is. So that's kind of my thought of that, and I've had some people from the community think that was a direction they'd like to see. So from my perspective, if there was a way to make that work with the numbers, that would be something that I would strongly support.
I'm just thinking also as a parent, if you have a middle schooler that age 12, 13, and they're getting out of school that early, and say both parents are at work, they have all that time to possibly get into trouble, be on social media, you know, just be unsupervised. And I know that could be where a lot of this trouble is also occurring, all the threats and stuff. So that's just something to think about as well.
It sounds like that there are enough of us, at least, who are asking for, yes, can we explore?
I mean, that's right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the way I'd like to see it, based on what I just shared with you. You know, of course, we have to work the time numbers. It's got to work out, right? So, I'm really relying on your team there to figure that part out. But I think that those are that structure could really benefit our students, and I do believe, I agree with Ms. Chong regarding, you know, the middle schools getting out too early. It just lends more time for other things that could be positive, may not be, so.
Yeah, it'd be great to learn just the full scope of implications. So if I think about high school, they have so many more programs than the other schools, right? So I'm a firm believer that academics come before athletics in our public schools. However, right, like, is there weightlifting in the morning? You know what I mean? That now they have to start at 3 a.m. I'm just trying to think holistically about our district and what would, from at a high, I think that sounds like a fine idea to explore, absolutely. I just would love to know from all across the district what those implications would be specifically for the high school if they started earlier.
So we could continue our exploration, offer to have a principal from each one of those levels of school on our team here, so we get their perspective, go out to any stakeholder groups and look at that. But as far as the 3 tiers, if we wanted to change 3 tiers to a 2-tier or 3-tier hybrid, that would cost additional money for a bus. So is your guidance to stay within a 3-tier system, but just look at some timelines for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Dr. Conklin, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I think this is an issue year after year we discuss. I'd really love to see some movement on it. You know, especially for our middle school students. And if we look at all the research, I mean, you see other districts moving in that way, just at the adolescent mind and the neurodevelopment and everything else, it just backs up looking at a later start time for our middle and high school students and an earlier time for the elementary students. You know, further exploring it and seeing what the financial implications are, I think is going to be really an important driver in the conversation. But I'm definitely interested in looking at it further. And I also heard, I'm sorry I got disconnected, I'm not sure if somebody mentioned it, but I did hear that there was recently a bill filed regarding school start times. I haven't dug into that too much, but again, all the research is pointing that way, and you see some of our neighboring districts moving in that direction as well.
Right. All right, do we have direction then?
I think so.
Okay. All right, any other questions? And I agree with you, Will, and that we can get our high schools in before our middle schools, it would definitely be a big help to our community. That's what we're hearing. So let's see what we can do and what you can come up with in the 3-tier system.
If I can just maybe add, LaShaka, this might be something to bring you in. Thinking about an average high school student, I would love just to really think real world for our students, right? So if they're starting really early, they have a job, our teachers are giving them lots of homework, never mind IB, and I would love to have you weigh in with this on if we did move it where high school is starting earlier. How do we best support our students with time management, right? So that they can be really effective and successful students. I don't know if that makes sense, but it concerns me
Natalie,
that.
do you mean later? Do you mean that high schools would be starting later, or
What
do you mean early?
It's my understanding that we're talking about high school starting earlier, right? So if high school started earlier, I just think about all the demands on high school students today with all the homework, with the jobs, with the whatnot, and now they have this, earlier now start time. I just want to be supporting our students and our families, even if it's just a separate support program to help them adjust to those demands. I don't know if that makes sense.
And I think
want
this
to make
is
sure that my comments were clear, and I apologize for interrupting. I might have gotten disconnected when I was getting back on the line, but what I was saying is that all of the research out there supports a later start time for high school students.
So, and I think that's why we are where we are right now, and because Dr. Conklin, I know that I've heard this in the past. I think this is a situation where there's not an ideal, right? We're just not going to find a perfect solution to this. And so if the board collectively deems that the high school is going to start earlier, which is not ideal, how do we then support our students so that we can, is the word mitigate, or so that we can make the best we can make for them? Dr. Conklin, to your point, if that's not from a development standpoint what's best for them, how do we make it as best we can?
And really what I hear in that, as Mr. Freeman has stated, is this is information that we will be gathering as we bring more stakeholders to the table. And so I definitely will be a part of that conversation. We would have our, we'll have representatives from each of our levels of schools a part of that. We would want to bring in our unions, and we would be talking around a lot of those things, our parents, as we expand this out to stakeholder groups. To be a part of that conversation.
No, thank you. Because Dr. Conklin, I think we're in a situation where we have middle school parents saying, my kid's exhausted, right? So it just sounds like we're in a situation where we're just gonna have to make this work, even if it's not ideal. I don't know.
All right, good, we good? Okay, so you've got some marching orders to go back and see where we can get this pinned down. We definitely need to stay. I like the 3-tier system. It saves us drivers and money, and that's important to the district's final line. How we work it out, it is true that the teen brain does not really get fired up till about 10 a.m. in the morning. So, trust me, I've seen it. So, we can't start at 10, but there's a lot of concern, and we don't want our middle schoolers going to schools early as they are. It's tough on those families that are going out in the dark when we change our climate. That's tough.
Yeah.
So work your magic.
Please. I will say this real quick. As far as what's next for our students, whether it's an apprenticeship, whether it's college courses, all of that is going to start 7:30, 8, you know what I mean? 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m., so when they're 18, 19, 20, they're not going to be starting at 10 a.m., right, with what they're doing. So I think this is going to be their world going forward as they continue to develop into their adulthood. So
The only thing I'll say there, Sally, is what I'm seeing with our current young adults is a lot of them are independents. They're working more remotely, they're working from their homes. There's not as much going to the office as we did to our generations. They pretty much make their own schedules, and a lot of times I find it's a lot later start and a lot longer day. So it's totally different than, and I have a 25-year-old that's doing that. So you can see it's changing, and a lot of it's because of COVID, and it changed, but I don't see it going backwards.
Yeah.
Kind of adapted that, so just a thought.
Yeah, perspective, yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to 8.03, Belterre Swim and Racket Club update. Mr. Freeman, you're staying. Mr. Walker, you're joining him.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to go ahead and pass out this budget breakdown. This is included in the presentation that's on board docs. It's just a little bit bigger to see here. So there you are. It's front and back. You are welcome. So good afternoon, school board members, Madam Chair, Superintendent Middlestat. Mr. Freeman and I are here to give an update on Belterre Swim and Racket Club. We last presented it to you guys at the December 20th information workshop, and from that meeting we received feedback and questions from you all, so we're here to present additional information regarding those questions. You'll notice in this presentation some of it is pulled directly from the December 20th presentation, so I'll go over that and go over what might have changed or what is a new addition. So for our first slide we have here, it's a brief overview of the Belterre Swim and Racket Club. We did find out that December 31st, 1996 is when the school board came into possession of the club from the ITT Corporation. The rest of that is the same from the December one, so we can go ahead and move on. Right here, just to give you a refresher, those are our current hours of operation and our current memberships offered. As an update, just wanted to let you all know, these were last revised / approved by the school board on September 20th. Alrighty. Now here on this slide, we now have revenues from July 1, 2022 through December 31st of 2022. When we presented back in December, of course, we only had it up to about December 1st. So on this slide, we have it broken down by our membership revenue, which is from our monthly, seasonal, or annual memberships. Our daily use revenue for when people come in and just do a day pass. Our insurance revenue broken down by the various insurance agreements that we have. And totaled out, we also have our Flagler BOCC ILA contribution of $25,000. Just for the board's awareness, we did receive it for last year. For this year, we typically receive it at the end of the year. So please keep that in mind. So feedback we received from our last briefing as well was in regards to use facility fees collected. We have that marked there by internal account revenue, which is at $1,736. Now we're going to transition into more broad of the Q&A portion of what was asked. So for instance, one of the questions we received was, what would it look like if annual membership were to be increased to $400? If we did that between our regular paying memberships as well as those that are given a 10% discount, so that's employee and military, you would see a total increase of $5,800. Another question we received was, is it possible to have both high schools hold swim practice at Frida Zamba, which is at the Palm Coast Aquatic Center? After reaching out to the Palm Coast Recreation Director, we've been informed that that facility is not capable of handling both swim teams during the season, and that's due to existing programs being put on by the city that take place before swim practice starts and immediately after. We also received a request for what the fee structure is for Frida Zamba, so we took that right off of their flyer, just to give you an idea on what they're charging for their usage. And of course, their facility is just a pool. Now that we get here to this slide, this is a complete breakdown of our operational budget for the Belterre Swim and Racket Club. This is broken down into what it takes to run the swim club for the year. And as we look at this, if there's any questions, please let me know. As we transition, I want to look at our capital cost forecast. So essentially, in conjunction with Plan Services, we looked at what costs we were going to need to be associated with capital in the coming years. So we broke it down for each year going through 2027 and beyond. So what we look at is currently we have a HVAC unit for our gym that is currently down. The whole gym still is able to have AC, but just one of those units are down. So that's something we will have to replace this year. That's at an estimated cost of $15,000. Our bathhouse, so for the men's room by the pool, that AC is currently operating until failure. And with feedback from Plan Services, we don't believe that unit's going to last through the upcoming summer. So that's an estimated cost of $10,000. So just from this year alone in capital, we're looking at approximately $25,000 to go towards capital. As we move forward, we do have the Belterre Swim Racket Club parking lot, which is on the 5-year plan for year 2024-2025, and that has a cost range of $100,000 to $390,000. That's based on the level of service we would do for that project.
If you recall, there are 11 trees out there. 9 of those huge oak trees are protruding into the parking lot and would need to be removed. That's based on, we had an arborist and a civil engineer come out to look at the parking lot. We did core samples at the site, and the subbase has been either compromised or non-existent. That is one reason why we would have to repair the lot. And the range of 100 to 390 is based upon either patching or, doing a full service repair, adding more lights, whatever, to the parking lot.
Dave, is that a must-have?
It is highly recommended. I mean, we're having problems with the roots, and the roots are in where there are spaces. So,
right,
I mean,
we just blocked off several spots. This seems to me like it's more of a nice to have than a must-have.
I mean, you could put cones, or we could put more of a permanent restriction around those parking lots, but I mean, I think
it seems like a lot of money to just take care of a few. I mean, I guess I'm just saying it seems like a more of a nice to have. It doesn't seem like it's a critical piece. There are alternatives we could do that wouldn't cost almost $400,000.
Right, and as I mentioned, that's redoing everything.
Yeah.
Just the minimum to keep the roots from causing any more damage is we would have to remove 9 trees.
Yeah.
So with that being said, here on a future slide, we'll stay on this one for right now. We're going to look into total cost with our operating plus our capital. And how we took care of that capital cost was we took the cost for the next 3 years, added that together, and divided that by 3 for an average. That way you can kind of see what we're expecting to pay on capital. The projects that you're looking at for 2027 and beyond, those are just things that you might want to keep in mind. For instance, the tennis court's in need of resurfacing, and then the entire bathhouse is in need of electrical, ADA compliance, fresh air, but that's past and on the horizon, but just for the board's awareness. Transitioning into our insurance members, I wanted to give you guys an idea on how we are compensated for the insurance members and what that looks like. So we took data from July 1 of 2022 through December 31st, and we gathered all the swipes that have come through the site. And each member, if they're in Silver Sneakers, has a card, they swipe, they have their own ID code. So we focused on those unique ID codes. And from there, you can see where we have for Florida Healthcare 131 members that have gone through, at least used it once in the past 6 months. Renew Active 184, Silver and Fit 57, Silver Sneakers 284, and Silver Sneakers Prime 16. So that gives you an idea on, that's at least someone coming through the door at least once in the past 6 months. I'll move around here on the table. For instance, for Florida Healthcare, for each visit we get during a month for a member, we get $3.50 from that company. Now that's capped at 8 visits for that month, meaning for a Florida Healthcare member, the most we can get from that individual is $28 a month. Now, that individual is not capped on how many times they can utilize the facility. We're just capped on how much compensation we can receive from that member. And you'll see that broken down for each of the agreements here. We also looked at average visits per member, so we broke it down by insurance agreement, and we're able to divide it up by your average Florida healthcare member visits 2.1 times a month. Now, you of course could have people who are visiting 10, 15, 20 times, but it also factors in that person who's only swiped once for that month or once over the course of 6 months. So it gives you an idea on what our membership background is for our insurance members. And then in regards to that, if we can just keep up one more moment. In regards to that cap, so for instance, for Florida Healthcare, we only have 7 members that are hitting that cap, meaning we're getting the maximum amount of compensation for that. For Renew Active, it's at 18 members. Silver and Fitz capped at, we have 1 member hitting that cap. Silver Sneakers 28, and Silver Sneakers Prime 1. So that gives you an idea on how many members are actually hitting that maximum cap for our compensation. One of the questions we received was, what's the average cost to the district per member? So as we broke it down before, we've captured 672 unique insurance members over the course of July 1 through December 31st of 2022, and we currently have 121 paying members. That gives us a grand total of about 793 unique members from July 1 to December 31st. So on the right side of this, if you look at a cost per member, if we're just looking at operating cost as what it costs to run the day-to-day facility, we take our operating budget divided by our total number of members, and we're looking at $397.40 on a per member. Now, when you move on to cost per member and we add in that capital cost split over 3 years that I mentioned before, that encountered the parking lot and the 2 HVAC units, we're looking at a range of $449.94 upwards to $571.84. And that range is to account for the parking lot, which we've discussed, and that would be at board direction on what level of service we would provide for that. So that gives you an idea on the total cost per member. Now, one of the questions we received was, what would it look like to potentially update insurance agreements to have the pool be an add-on for insurance members? So insurance members pay, and then they get an addition. We would get an additional, say, $10 or $15 a month for that. So I reached out to all of our insurance agreements, all of their companies. For all insurance agreements, we are required to provide a basic membership, meaning that if we wish to have the pool be an add-on for insurance members, then we would also need to make sure that our updated membership and fee structure for the entire public reflects that as well. So that our basic membership would only be the gym, with the pool being an add-on for all members. So for instance, currently someone pays $300 annually for access. If we split it to where we wanted to make an additional, say, $15 a month on the pool, it would have to be structured so that that annual membership is tiered and priced down so that it matches what we would be charging the insurance company providers. So that's the feedback we received from that. Mr. Furry had given me a contact in the industry. I had spoken with her in regards to what our compensation structure is, and the feedback I received from her was that you could potentially look to see if these insurance agreements, instead of having a per cost compensation structure, something where it would be a flat rate, where if member X comes in and uses the facility once, instead of getting a $350, we could at least capture the $20. That was an idea, but in talking with the insurance agreements, about 2 out of the 4 have said that a flat fee is not an option. Still waiting to hear feedback from the other 2, but for Silver Sneakers and Florida Healthcare, they do not offer a flat fee structure. In that conversation, I did ask, hey, with what we're getting on a per visit, is that industry standard? And I was given the feedback that $3 for the most part is industry standard. So if you go back and look at our compensation for insurance, they're all at $3 or above. Or just so you're aware, we did kind of look at that option on, could we adjust to a flat fee or a flat rate, and we're not getting the, cooperation is not the right word, but it's not capable at some of these insurance companies. Although the add-on is an option if the board chooses to direct us in that way. Moving forward into our projections for this year. So for our projected revenue, which we showed in the beginning on slide 4, what our membership revenue is paired with insurance, being we're at that 6-month mark, we just doubled it, and that's how we got to the projected revenue for this year at $112,000 and change. Of course, adding in the $25,000 we would receive from the BOCC, from Flagler at the end of this year, We're currently on track and projecting for a total revenue of $137,331. Now, when you take that and you compare it against our operating budget of $315,134, we're projecting a loss at $177,803 for this year.
Can I ask a question regarding revenue?
Yes.
Does the revenue include, for example, revenue from the swim clubs, from the Synchro Bells, and from Flagler Swim?
Yes. So captured on our revenue slide for internal account revenue, that is the revenue we've received this year from use facility. That includes Flagler Fluids, our Synchro Bells, and then any miscellaneous gym rentals.
And hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
So where's that?
So on slide 4, it's the last bullet point for internal account revenue. That's the revenue we've received from our use of facilities.
That was $1,736.40.
Okay, so and that's mid-year. How is it that in previous years the revenue generated from just Flagler Fluid alone was so much more?
So to that point, I believe it's School Board Policy 320. It has a cap because the Flagler Fluids is run by a Flagler Schools employee. So through that policy, they are able to rent out the facility and just pay an annual charge of about $284.
Yeah, $285, and then there's an application fee. So that's what basically they're.
Okay, I really don't understand why we ever stopped running that at the Flagler Schools program. That was generating revenue for this facility. It was specifically initiated to generate revenue to support this facility. I don't understand why we moved to this different model.
Absolutely.
I don't understand it.
Well, that's what we use for use of facilities across the district, Dr. Conklin. I mean,
no, Dave, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Flagler Fluid was initially created to generate revenue to support the Belter Swim and Racket Club. Why we moved to this new model where we then gave the program up to employees to run as a separate nonprofit is beyond me when it was actually generating revenue and supporting the Belter Swim Racket Club. I don't understand why we switched the model.
Well, and that's something we can give you some more information on. That was before my time, so I apologize for not having that background. Okay, so that was revenue. All right.
I don't know when we're gonna ask questions or not, but going back to that big flaming red number on the previous slide. It's my understanding that we have an extended day program, right? And am I understanding that right? And that, so there are profits from that, and that is what is making up, that is what's kind of paying the difference?
So I'll let Ms. Warmack come speak to that, because your general fund with revenue sources there covers the projected loss, and that could be one of the ways that money is generated.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Board. Yes, in the past, the Swim and Racket Club has taken losses, and that loss has been covered with the extended day profits. And right now, the way it's structured is that the extended day is one other program under the adult ed umbrella. So when you look at adult ed as a whole, it's while it's at a profit, the individual programs, some of them are not self-sustaining, and the Swim and Racket Club is one of those. So as a result, the profits from the extended day essentially cover the loss.
It's in that same bucket.
Mm-hmm.
So in a community where we have working parents who are working all day at $15 an hour, they do Instacart at night and on the weekends, they're running ragged, we're charging them, I don't know how much money for extended day, per whatever. Arguably, we could be charging them less if we didn't have to make up, right? Like, it sounds like we're making profits off of our working parents to subsidize an almost private swim club.
Yes,
Correct
or,
me where my,
no,
that's where my
no,
head is at.
Yeah, no, that is correct, or the profits could be put back into the program.
Right.
To enhance the program.
Because the program, extended day had to limit number of trips and different things to make cuts,
Love
to
it.
make their
So
budget
we could either charge
work.
parents less, or we could expand the program to
Right.
enhance it, to make it even better for our families, students.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And one more thing, and there's a reason why it's being done this way, right? Because of the way that this is structured, it can't come out of certain funds, right? This 177,000, is it why we're pulling it from the aftercare?
It's, well.
Because it's a business, it's being operated as a business, there was some reference to that. in a
No,
previous
if extended day wasn't making a profit, it would be coming out of our general fund balance.
So it could have come out of the general fund.
If extended day wasn't making profits, that's the only place it would have to come from.
Okay.
Correct.
And then our school system, right, as we approve things like planetariums, or, we're making these decisions on what we're gonna fund and not fund, and we're making these tough decisions, right, again, to fund an almost private swim club for, it sounds to me like the majority of the members are retirees.
It's a mix, but I
Okay,
mean.
Yeah,
Can you
there's a lot of students that utilize that facility.
Yes, a lot of students use it.
So students, as part of a program, like the swim team, or like students who are also using it like they would the Frida Zamba pool?
So it's a mix. So, I mean, for instance, we partner with the local nonprofit Swim Safe to help provide swim lessons during the summer. I mean, they do swim lessons all year. Braille's excellent in manning that. So that's one of the ways we bring in families and younger children into the center to do swim lessons.
It's like we have this pool, and so we're, obviously like people are,
Mhm.
we're trying to make the most of it. Okay, but it's coming at a pretty significant cost to the district. And I see BOCC up here
Mhm.
for funding. What about the city of Palm Coast? Again, arguably for a town our size, do we not have enough aquatic facilities? And is the public school system having to make up for the fact that our town just doesn't have enough? Like, is this about a pool? Like,
So for instance, Flagler County does have an agreement with the school district to provide $25,000 to go towards the swim and racket club.
Flagler County or the city of
The
Palm Coast?
Flagler County. The city of Palm Coast does not. So that $25,000 that we get every year from them is based on that ILA and that agreement that we have with them. Now that brings us to our next point though. However, we have briefed the board in the past about an ILA that was generated by a community organization. And at the last meeting in December, we briefed the board that the city and the county were both not interested in contributing for the county an additional $25,000 and for the city an additional, or actually $50,000. And in that time, I believe Mr. Freeman has shared with the board members the correspondence we've had or we've received from both the city of Palm Coast and the county.
Was there, I think we all received the email. Can you give us clarity, an advocate for the club emailed that we have not submitted the appropriate ask to the city, and so that we have potentially not gotten that funding just because we didn't make the ask? Did my other board members read the same email?
Yes. First of all, when I heard about this, I contacted Mr. Freeman to get more details.
Awesome.
And that's how the letters came out, because I wanted to see it.
Yeah.
Because the very bottom line of the Palm Coast letter basically says we can't do it.
Correct.
In the meantime, Dr. Courtney had a meeting with Mayor Alpin and his team. And he said, but that's not what they told me. So I'm hearing all different stories. And I'm like, what the heck's going on here? I have made an attempt to speak to Mayor Alpin directly because I want to know what's going on. And the way it was spun to Mr. Courtney was that they need an ILA, and once an ILA is put into a position, that the Palm Coast would then give it to their special planning group, and then their special planning projects group, whatever, they would approve that, then there is a possibility that there could be some funding. That Ms. Bevan who wrote this, was just operating and she didn't get the full story kind of thing. So it's a big question mark at this point of the position of Palm Coast. Go ahead.
Could you go back to the budget slide right there? Even if the county contributed $25,000 more, City of Palm Coast contributed 50,000, and by the ILA, the school district contributes 50,000. I mean, we're
Still
not there
short.
yet. We're still short.
Yeah. I really firmly believe that we have, you're right, we have a swim club. There's no school district in Flagler, Florida that has a swim club. What do we do with it? We have to come up with a creative way to either manage it, because we want to cut the loss. We don't want any program that's educationally based funding that monies they bring in that should go back out to their programs, not cover other things. So, you know, we're in the right frame. However, you know, we need to come up, we have a group that's trying to take over some kind of ownership. And they have no money. They're just trying to come up with an ILA that they could work with the school system, much like we have in other kind of, like the county has done with except they have a deeper pocket, you know, with Carver Center. So I mean, part of what they do, they think they can bring in more memberships by, we don't advertise. We don't advertise. It's either you hear about it or you don't, that kind of thing. It's not like you can market it. We don't market it. We don't spend any money bringing in programs that could probably boost things if it's well priced. Not everybody has pools, you know, and they would like to take advantage of, especially in the summer months. And the kids would love it, and there's advantages. There has to be some way we can develop a partnership and let them go through and see. And if they fail and they can't make the bottom line, then they fail, and then we're left with doing whatever we need to do.
How many years, but so, I know there's a pandemic in the mix of it, but I mean, do we not at this point have enough historical data? I mean, it's my understanding, the previous board, I mean, this has been like the topic. Is it a special workshop? What is it that we need to do, this board,
to move forward?
To
somehow.
just, yes.
Yes, you're right, I agree. We've
Like
got
it's- like it's time.
we've got to be creative, we've got to think outside the box. We don't want to continue this loss, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, we just don't want to do that, and we have to find more ways to fund it, or, you know, close it. They're your two options. Ms.
I thought
Conklin.
we had a master plan that was exciting, that incorporated educational use in addition to being able to fulfill the original purpose of, you know, providing a service to the community as well. Senior citizens are taxpayers in our community. They utilize this facility. There is no other facility that is available outside of the Frida Zambo, which is maxed. So I agree that there has to be a way to create a win-win. I was very excited when we saw plans for moving Step Up over there, creating additional programs over there, moving our Trails program over there, in addition to maintaining some of the community use. That pool is full come summertime and after school. It is a vital part to our community, not just for our senior citizens, but also for our students. So, you know, there's got to be a way that this basically can work. Creating programs that generate revenue we were on the right track. So I don't know why we don't go back to that idea of it being a business model, similar to what Will was saying before. Create a revenue stream so it is self-sustainable. Move educational programs over onto the facility site so it is use of educational property. I mean, we need it. So I don't know, you know, exactly why we trashed that whole plan to begin with. And maybe there's still an opportunity to revisit that. And if we need to put in a formal request with appropriate timelines for the City of Palm Coast to contribute, then we should take that avenue, and we should follow their budget timeline for requests or amend the ILA or whatever it needs to be done.
Dr. Conklin.
I agree. This topic takes up way way too much time. And so let's come up with a plan and then execute it and move forward.
Dr. Conklin, you had asked about the education programs on that site, and one of the major factors was just the sheer cost of either leasing or purchasing portables to put on that site. I mean, it was
Right, but Dave, we're receiving, hundreds of thousands of dollars in Medicaid dollars and state dollars for Step Up that could be used for facilities over there. The Trails program, I hate that I'm on the phone for this conversation. I'll just leave it at that.
No, but Dr. Conklin, I feel like everything you're saying, I have so many things swirling in my head. It sounds like you've got so many things. I know we have these 2 workshops, but I just feel like this is a topic that we need to have a workshop dedicated to it. Chair, have you guys previously
Yes,
had a workshop?
there is so much information, and it's all over the place. That's what I'm finding. I have the facts from the school system, and I understand those. Dr. Courtney and his group have provided tons of information. We used to get reliable income from renting out the portable, did we not? There was a point where we were making $75,000 in classes. I assume that was when the portable was there. What year was that? I forget what year. And then the portable went away. This is from the information you gave them.
right. The portable was a 35.
No, I know, and it needed to go away.
Right.
I don't know, do we put a portable on there and have classes and bring in money, or put education? There are a lot of activities that used to go
Right.
on in there. And how much would one portable cost on a base that's already prepared is another thought. There's a lot of different ways to go, and it's very complicated.
It is.
And we don't have all the answers, and nor do we have, we're getting great information. We just have to figure out. So, I don't know, another special meeting just for Belterra Swim and Racket
That
Club,
would be
is
my
that?
preference.
How about anybody else who have a
Well,
consensus?
I have another question.
Go ahead.
Have we at all looked at putting a pool somewhere else, like Matanzas, into the expansion?
Great question.
So we
That's what I was
can
wondering.
do something else with this property.
Joshua and I were a part of the joint City of Palm Coast, Flagler County Recreation Master Plan. We went to a meeting last week, and there were multiple people from the community. That was one of the major things that they are all saying, is that Flagler County and City of Palm Coast, they need a pool.
They need aquatics.
They need an aquatic center, and so we were able to chime in as well as everybody else in the community about that. And, hopefully that will be on the master plan. I know that's several years down the line. Madam Chair, we do have a couple other slides
Go ahead.
to show you.
Let's finish this presentation.
But did you, because I might have missed it, did you answer the question of specifically as we look at, I don't know the acreage that we have Matanzas. Was that discussed, like can Matanzas, I don't know the cost of a pool. I know we don't, if a home pool is expensive, I'm sure. But I'm also looking at a parking lot costing $400,000, which that's yes, right? But
It's several $1 million.
Okay. So.
And the acreage at Matanzas is at capacity. You would not be able to, on that site, function with a pool.
I think these are
Great
some of the things, as these things come up, did we think, yes, and so that's great information. Okay, good to know.
All right, so you want to finish your presentation?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So one of the questions we received also was, what are the limitations on the Belterra Swim and Ride Club property, as we look at different options and things of that. So per Ms. Gavin, currently the Belterra Swim and Ride Club has a bond on the property until 2031. And that 2030, okay, I'll make the note, 2030. And it dictates that the property must be used primarily for students and that it cannot be leased to a for-profit entity. Okay.
So what happens at the, in 2031? Does that restriction go away?
So in 2030, that bond, the refund bond will be completely paid off. At that point in time, that is no longer impacted by the bond and held as a part of that bond. So it would go away. You would need to still look at it in terms of now, and at this point in time, if y'all wanted to sell the property, you could sell it. There's certain things that we would have to go through in order to be able to release it from the bond, but it's possible, but it is under the refund of the bond.
Thank you.
All right, so getting back to, do I have a consensus that we should have a special meeting just to discuss Belfair Swim and Racket Club? And at that point, I would encourage that we have the membership from the advisory group that has made a proposal also in attendance to discuss possibilities.
Yeah, if we're gonna do that, we need to have very clear, decisive information. I mean, if we're, I'm hoping that we would leave that meeting with a final decision on what we're gonna do. Because just like you said, getting it in piecemeal, you know, one little bit every month, it's hard to formulate a decision on this here. So we need hard numbers, and we need to bring.
That's gonna be probably two different sides. Because I don't know if any of you saw the 45-minute video that Dr. Courtney did do on the budget line. I sat through it. It's very, very, it does inform quite a bit of information, you know, but that was with the information that he had. And it's not necessarily the same information that Dave has. So we're
Right.
gonna have two distinct ideas.
Right.
And
But we have to have one, we have to have a bucket of information. When it comes to the numbers, we have to have one set of numbers that we gotta say, this is the trustworthy numbers,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because, people can contradict the numbers all the time, we'll never get there. So we as a board, I believe, have to say, listen, are we gonna use, do we believe Dr. Courtney that he's right, or do we believe that the district's giving us the correct numbers? And we gotta pick some, a foundation there to move forward. And then at this meeting, we have to bring the ideas to generate additional revenue streams. And these have to be real world ideas. I mean, that can work. Because, you know, I see the passion from that group that is, I've read those, I've watched the videos. And, you know, but again, like you said, they have great ideas, but they don't have any money to bring to the table. So I mean, that's the problem here. And you know, I'm all for a successful operation there, but I think one of the biggest problems is that it's not. We want to profit, but it's not for profit, and we don't have anybody that is incentivized to continue this and operate this as a business. Because it's basically just handed off to somebody to babysit it for a while, and then those people move on, and there's a new custodian. So that's the struggle with this, in my mind, to make this a profitable business. Our incentive is to not lose money, right? So that's great, but obviously that's not working, right? And we can't bring in a for-profit business to run it because the bond restricts that. So, you know, it really has to come down to, in my view, is that the loss has to be justified as an educational benefit, meaning that that's a reasonable amount that we would normally spend for an aquatic facility, you know, assuming I don't know, did you guys look at that perspective?
We did, the last two slides
Okay,
were.
let's hear you out,
Yep.
and then go from there.
So in best efforts to provide the board with as much information as possible, these next two slides give you an idea on the operating costs. For instance, on this one, to just maintain the pool for our high school swim teams and our youth facility partners, as we've mentioned before, whether that's Flagler Fluids, Synchro Bells, nonprofit swim lessons, to have access year round. So these numbers are pulled from our budget. Some of them had to be, you know, split because it's full center and we're just focusing on the pool for this one. So as you go through it, we're estimated at a cost of $81,425 to maintain the pool for use throughout the year.
And can you go back, or just tell me,
Yeah.
how does that compare to if we keep where we are as is compared to that?
So right now, our operating budget's at $315,000, and then this would just be $81,425, and that's just to maintain the pool.
Okay, you take go to the next slide.
And then this next one is if we wanted to ever just operate the gym as a standalone facility, these would be the costs associated with that. And that would come in at approximately $77,267.48.
I'd like to look at the big picture. Are there properties we can sell? Is there grant money? Is there something we can do to get a new facility going for our community? so we don't continue to bleed this loss.
Well, if we're talking big picture, I mean, my thoughts for the future, we're talking now about building a high school instead of a middle school in the plan, and I think that horizon was maybe 3 years away.
3 to 5 years, yes, sir.
Yeah, so, I mean, if we're thinking about building a pool on a campus, I think that's where our vision should be, because, we're small enough geographically that if wherever we decide to build this high school, that a pool there could service all of our high schools. I mean, it's not that far a drive. If they're driving now to these different pools, Frida Zamba to there, I think that would, for a bigger picture, that's where I think our focus should be on that. And we might, who knows, with that, we might be able to get more participation in an ILA from the county or in the city, or maybe we don't need it at all, but that would be a discussion we'd have at that time. So I mean, that's kind of what I think. I think for the school to build its own aquatic facility standalone without it being attached to a school, that may not be the most prudent thing to do. But again, that will be a discussion we'd all have to have. But what I'm looking at here, I just want to understand. So the first slide here, this is $81,425 this is just the pool?
Correct.
And not.
This would be just the pool, an instance where we're not open, we're not selling memberships to this. We are just keeping it open for our swim teams and our youth facility partners. For instance, Flagler Fluids, Synchro Bells, and then when we do our swim lessons through Swim Safe.
It would be like our use of facilities. When somebody wants to rent a space, we give them a key, we sign it out, and then they bring it back to us. Would be something similar to that.
Liability would concern me there, because it's a pool.
Well,
that's a lot of liability you're assuming, as opposed
well,
to a gym.
when our groups are there that are operating the pool, they have their own lifeguards.
For instance, and their swim coaches are certified. And
And the other one is just running the gym as an independent gym.
Okay, and then, and wow, so, and to keep the gym 77, just 77,267. Where's our biggest expense there?
It's personnel.
Personnel, yeah, there it is.
And are students today using the gym, or is it primarily members?
We sell a mix. The majority of our members are adult. I would say we probably have about 15 to 20 student memberships. And then each swim team roughly has about 29 students. And for instance, when Frida Zamba gets rained out, Matanzas will come over and utilize our gym to just have some dry land.
I think something you and I have talked about before is, again, if we do this workshop, what would be really fascinating is if you think about those 15 or 20 students, let's divide 77,000 by 20, and what is that per student cost to the district, and is there an alternate facility for them? So if it's a high school student, is there a facility at Matanzas? Is there a facility at FPC? Or I think someone said it earlier, is this a nice to have or a need to have? So anyway, just to bring it back, yes, I would love to have a workshop. I would hope that when
we still need a consensus.
Yes.
How do you feel,
my
Will?
question is
Well,
to the two of you.
I'm just looking at the numbers here, so, yeah.
Explain the difference, why it doesn't add up to 300.
I'm with you that something needs to come out of that meeting.
Yeah. Because,
I agree.
I mean, because
I would pushing the can, kicking the can down
Yeah.
lane.
Yeah.
What we're doing.
For like a long time.
Very long time.
Yeah.
Very long time.
Yeah.
So yes,
Let-
we do.
Yes, let's
All
do
right,
that.
Then we'll do that. We'll work on setting up some kind of special meeting just to discuss that, and I would like the advisory council to be invited to that meeting so we can get something, and let's hammer this out.
Yeah.
Instead of wasting school board meeting times
Yeah.
till we can see what we can do, and then we can come to some conclusion hopefully.
Madam Chair, what information would you like us to present in that meeting? I mean, we have.
Let me think about that and get it back to everybody so we can see that this is the kind of stuff that we want more information on, because we have everything.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of getting their information.
I think
Sitting
we-
down a lot, it's gonna be conversation.
Yeah, I think we have to come to another consensus, is that which direction are we gonna go, right? So we're gonna say, hey, it's only gonna be for students, and we're gonna keep this pool because we need a pool for their educational benefit, right? So that's one way. And you have another way is we're gonna try and give it a go again, and we're gonna try and make this thing come down to a point where, you know, I'm looking at that the cost is $158,000 if we don't have any membership. We just keep the is that gym, when you said keeping it at that, with that gym open, was that still having a membership gym
Yeah.
there? Okay.
So if you look up here, so if you just kept the facility but you didn't have it open to the public, you would erase the personnel cost. You would look at your custodial supplies would go down because it's not being used as much, but that would be the.
And there are, you know, there are other options too. If we didn't want to open a standalone gym, I mean, potentially it could be, you know, I'm just thinking it could be youth center, or it could be
Boys and
a
Girls
lot,
Club.
a Boys and Girls Club. There are a lot of other options for student use, if that's what the board would.
Could we lease, if we didn't have all the exercise equipment in there, could we lease that out for, you know,
Meeting room
rooms,
or-
events?
Yes.
I mean, there seems to be some, in recent conversations I've heard from the, from a presentation to Palm Coast City Council, that there's not a lot of space for these events to happen. You know, we also have that big pad that used to have the portables. What if we turn that into an outdoor event space, basically, where people could lease it and put tents over it, right? So you could have outdoor functions there. That could be an income generator there, and we wouldn't have to actually put a physical structure on it, right? You know, basically you just need a tent, you know, and you could have a farmer's market. I mean, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I'll let other people figure out what would be the best use, but you know, that's just another way we could monetize that piece of concrete, you know. So so I think that, going back to what I was saying, is that we have to say is, can we make this? Are we going to go down that direction? Give it another go, and you know, or do we close it up and sell the property?
That is the conversation.
Yeah. So
Well, we can't sell it until 31.
Well, Ms.
Sounds like we
Gavin
could.
said you could.
But it will require some steps with our bond counsel of pulling it out from under the current bond that it's sitting on.
Okay.
So you
And it'll be
could
paid
sell
off
it,
in 31.
But it will
30.
be paid off by
30.
2030.
Okay.
So it would be free and clear by 2031, January.
Okay.
And then you would be, at that point, you would be free, the nonprofit part of it wouldn't be an issue anymore. But again.
It's not to make a profit, we want to cover its cost. I
Yeah,
mean, we
yeah.
want it to break even. We're not looking even to make, I don't think, make a profit.
No.
As much as we are to
break
break even and not leave us paying.
But I meant if you were leasing it out to an operator, it could be a
Yeah, they could- then they could do
for-profit
what they want.
person.
Yeah.
You know, but again, that's several years down the line, so.
They could
Yeah.
buy it.
To wait.
And for-profit is I'm not saying that's the goal right now. I'm
No,
just saying
no, I
that,
get it.
I'm just saying in the spirit of like, everything's on the table, you know. It sounds to me like in previous board meetings, the previous board, tiny houses came up. You know, we have a housing issue an affordable housing issue for new teachers. You know, it just,
How many
it sounds
acres
like.
is that property?
It's 11.
11.
It sounds like there's just been a lot of ideas over the
There
years,
is.
and so, Dave, I don't even know how we would go about that meeting, to be honest, cause
No.
there's just like so many things, that's maybe something that would be helpful, certainly to me, is like some kind of roadmap for that meeting of like, what is, maybe it's Will, you brought this up, what is the what is the objective? Is it about students? Are we being a good community partner? Is it, like, there's gotta be something, we could talk for hours if we just kind of like talk about all the ideas. So any kind of structure, to give us for that meeting would be really, I don't know if that makes any sense.
No, it
but-
does.
Well, and I think
Makes total
this
sense.
may need to actually be 2 meetings. I really think that I'd like it to all be in one, but now that we've talked this out a bit, I think the first one needs to be to pick a direction and hash out all this conversation. We're having these different ideas, a revenue model, or which one, and then at that point, then go meet again, because if we're gonna keep this going as a membership facility, then now we need to meet again. I mean, if we were gonna sell it or just use it as for students, that's easy. Then we're done, right?
Yeah.
But if we're gonna do this, we have to meet again to kind of go over what the model we're gonna choose, and because right here we can do supplements to the membership. We can raise the fees. Then we have to kind of have like this strategy meeting on how we're gonna go forward. You know, I hear some people encouraging, you know, marketing through some of the emails that were being sent, you know, but I hear some of the ideas of like a billboard. Well, I mean, I honestly, I do not think that is an effective way to market for membership. You need direct response marketing. Social media is where that is at. I know there's just suggestions from the community, but
we have communicated with our local radio station, and matter of fact, Joshua was talking to him right before this meeting on how we can do some local ads. We found that that's been pretty successful. We do that for our transportation, for our drivers, and so that was one thing that we were looking at.
All right, well, let's wrap this up now
Okay,
then.
can I ask one clarifying question? And maybe this is a question for Christy. Will made me think of it. Dr. Conklin talked about, you know, community and providing this service, to a much needed service for the town. I think right now I'm seeing things differently, right? It's about the students, right? It's about the school district. Like, to me, it's up to the city of Palm Coast to, you know, for the amenities for not students, not the district, right? So would it be, before we would enter this workshop, do we need to, as a board, have some type of vote, right? So we're, because I think there are different opinions among board members of what is our chief responsibility and purpose, right? And I don't know if that makes sense, right? But do we need to, is that a vote, or?
I mean, we're all here for the students, that's why we decided to do this. To me, that's my focus.
And it is our direction, it is our reason, we have to be.
Yeah.
And this is obviously a financial burden to the district at this point, and it has been. We've been losing a lot of money, there's no doubt about that. How do we fix that? And that's what we have to come up with.
Okay, so any vote needed before we proceed with this, or it's just a discussion?
So at this point in time, if it's the pleasure of the board, because you still need some additional information of options and ideas, then you can continue to do a workshop. But yes, at the end of the day, there will need to be a vote on how you are wanting to utilize this property.
I didn't know if there was like an initial vote that we needed.
We're not there yet.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, school board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're going on to then 804, 5, 6, and 7, proportionate share. Mr. Corey Bush.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members, Superintendent Middlestat. I have 4 different proportionate share, and I'll do one at a time. Just want to let you know I have 4 of them. So the first one, it is 217 single-family development located off of Roberts Road in the city of Palm Coast. This is the Reservation East mitigation agreement. This development will generate 48 student stations, 18 for Old Kings, 12 for Buddy Taylor, and 18 for FPC. Is there any questions on that one?
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is already, is this the one that's already, I mean, it's already up on Roberts Road?
No.
No, ma'am.
This is new.
So this isn't the giant one behind Public on Roberts Road?
No, ma'am.
Good Lord.
These are all new, what we're bringing to you.
Brand new.
Hey, Dr. Conklin, I drove by there on Sunday, and you can see where they've started the clearing, the land clearing of this area.
Unbelievable. All right.
Or the next one?
All right, that's
Okay.
1, 2.
The next one is the Hammock at Palm Harbor development. This is a 51 single-family development based on located at the corner of Clubhouse Drive and Palm Harbor Drive in Palm Coast. This development would generate 13 student stations. 5 are zoned for Belterre Elementary, 3 zoned for Indian Trails, and 5 zoned for Matanzas. Any questions? No? The next one is the Beach Park Village development. It's a 112 single-family development located off Roberts Road in the city of Flagler Beach. This will generate 25 student stations. 10 are zoned for Old Kings, 6 are zoned for Buddy Taylor, and 9 are zoned for Flagler FBC. Hearing none, I'm going to go to the next one, which is the Grand Reserve Phase 3 development. This is a 60 single-family development located at Grand Reserve around holes 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the golf course. Has 14. It's generate 14 student stations, 5 zoned for Bunnell, 4 zoned for Buddy Taylor, and 5 zoned for FPC.
Wow.
Corey, I feel like you brought this up in a previous presentation, but if you can remind me, you have a committee or something who advises this estimate, or this is an estimate, right? Like
Well-
these haven't been built yet. This is what we are anticipating that.
This is what the builders submit to either the municipalities, and they'll submit an application and they'll put on there what their, whether or not it's a single family, multifamily, or it's a mobile home. And they'll submit how many homes or how many apartments they are planning on building, and then they'll actually put on there the timeline of when they expect those to be built.
So, but like we talk about if there's a development along a golf course, right? Is it just like there's gonna be this many homes, and no matter the area of our town or whatever, we're saying it's gonna generate this many unit stations, or it's like everybody in that area is 60 and over?
It's based off of the builder and calculations. There's spreadsheets generated by what they submit to this.
It's like a whole, or it's a whole
Yes.
thing. Okay, cool.
There's
I'm kind of new to all this.
There's a student generation formula
Okay.
that we did in 2021. We actually took we partnered with the property appraiser. We know where all the houses, all the apartments, all the mobile homes are. We also know where all our kids live. So we put that on the map, we match them up, and then it's a math formula. How many single-family homes will generate middle school students or high school students? And so.
And you present this to us for our awareness, or I'm just trying to understand our role and why this is
Because this
presented to us.
mitigation agreement needs to be approved by our school board before it goes to the municipality to be approved. And that was.
So it's a whole thing, okay.
But
Thank you.
reality is that we legally cannot deny them.
Yeah,
Can't
so
say no.
it's like just something that, it's just a formality.
We have to do.
We are reserving these seats for those children, those students in
I'm
those
down for
schools.
being a part of the checks.
Good.
Okay.
All right,
That
that's
all?
it, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent, 10.01 strategic plan update.
Well, Board, thank you for your patience. This is the last workshop item that we have today, and we have a team that we're going to bring forward to have this conversation with you. It's a update regarding our data metrics for each one of our goals and the strategies that we have in play for this year. We have note catchers that we're going to give each of you, because as we talk through each one of these goals, we want you to write down some bullet points and thoughts that will help frame up what does it look like for 23-24, and the work that we've been doing this year that you know we need to be mindful of next year as we hone in on those strategies that will come forward later this summer. So Dr. Stefanchik's coming forward, I think as each one of our goals comes forward, we'll have a goal lead that will join Chris at the table. He's going to utilize the dashboard that he developed that pulls in all of this data that aligns itself with each one of the goals. So he's pulling that up on his magic computer that has more capacity than anyone in the district. And as he's doing that, the first goal is academics. I'm not sure if Ms. Moore is going to join him for the conversation. And did we pass out your note catchers?
Yes, we have.
You have them, excellent.
Hello again.
All right.
So, as Superintendent Millstat was saying, we have a dashboard to help us monitor our implementation of the strategic plan. At our last conversation, we spent a good amount of time talking over what our goal was, how we arrived at those goals, and the strategies that we are implementing to achieve those goals. This conversation is more about how are we monitoring what we're doing with those strategies, with that implementation overall. So this is probably a shorter conversation because we're just looking at the numbers and seeing where we're at. But as you have questions, please feel free to stop and ask us as we go through this. As I go through each goal, the goalie will come up and they'll be here to help answer any questions that you may have about what we're looking at. Okay, as of now, this is currently unpublished to the public. You are the first people to see this. On Monday of next week, it will go live so that it will be public facing and replace the current dashboard we have up there now, which is our end of year metrics. This captures where we are as of January. So the dashboard, let me get this a little bigger.
Over that view.
That work? Okay. So this is set up also to mimic our strategic plan document, which is currently available on our website, that outlines everything we talked about at our last meeting, going through each goal, and then it goes into more detail. So I'll pick on goal 1, and it gives us the what and the why, which is basically what we had talked about at our last meeting. Below that, on the left-hand side, we have metrics. And these are the areas that the focus group and the goal leads decided best represent how, not only what our strategy is, but how we can measure our implementation of that strategy. So for goal 1, student academics, the 2 metrics we came up with are increasing the percent of students who are on grade level as measured by state assessments. And we have 2, one for ELA and one for math. On the right-hand side is everything we're doing or everything that we have to show progress in that area. So we have a time series scatter plot to show us where we were. Those are the points in blue. So for this particular metric, those are the percentage of our students according to these notes. So grades 3 through 10 ELA who are on grade level. So as we talked about before, they earned a level 3 or higher on the state assessment. This would be end of year state assessment, so not the fall or the winter. It's percent of students on grade level. The red is our target of where we expect to go in the coming years. Below that, we have the most recent implementation monitoring metric. That's a long title for basically where are we at as of the date below that. So by January 1st, and this is looking at the winter FAST scores for 3 through 10 ELA, we are at 40% of our students on grade level. So our goal is to be at 60%. So as of right now, for the mid-year look, we are at 40%, which again, it's an end-of-year test given at the start and middle of the year. So we're expecting our progress to be made at the end of the year test. But
so is this a year-over-year based on the percentage increase that we've seen? If we extrapolate that across for year-over-year, that's where we would get to then in 2024?
The red, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank
Yep.
you.
And the missing gap there is the year we didn't have state assessments because of the pandemic.
Yeah, sure.
So the basic setup of this screen matches all the other goals as well. We have the what and the why, which is what we talked about in the first meeting, the metrics that were selected, what things can we actually measure with a number, and then where we were, where we expect to go, and where we are at today. This particular graph is for ELA, but we can change that, and this is true of all the other screens as well, to mathematics. So if we want to see that same progress monitoring or implementation metric for math, this is what we have. So in 2018, 64% of our students were on grade level according to end-of-year math assessments. As of last spring, we were at 59%, so we met our goal, and we are expecting to go to 61%. Our current, as of January 21st, metric, which is missing a percentage of our students. As I mentioned, we don't have any progress monitoring metrics from the state to measure algebra or geometry. So this is just 3 through 8 mathematics is at 31%.
And is the pandemic is essentially the pandemic to blame for, we were at 64 and then boom, we dropped down to 57?
Yeah, there was
Just simply-
instructional gaps.
Simply put?
Students,
Yeah, I mean,
and that's
it's
a
kind of an
national.
obvious question, I just wanted to like throw that
It's a
out there.
national trend.
Yeah.
And making the collaborative effort to try and close those gaps, tutoring and all the other events.
So we're like just trying to get back to where we were pre-pandemic.
Correct.
If you think about reading, some of the standards in some way recycle. So there's a similar thing being taught year over year. With math, there are foundational skills that must be learned before you can learn the next piece. So for that year where we're missing, there were some foundational skills that we are still trying to catch students up on. So that's why we see this little bit of disparity more so than reading.
And if I could add, you remember they're testing on an end of the year test. So students are being tested on things they have not learned yet as well. So that's why we're expecting that number to continue to
Oh,
increase.
sure, you mentioned that earlier, yeah.
So that was our goal 1. Goal 2 was our educational equity. And I think this goes to your question earlier, Ms. Hunt, about students with disabilities and having a metric and a goal for that population of students. So again, we have the what and the why. We've talked about the strategies, and the metrics were looking specifically at the gaps. So we're looking at the percent of students who are on grade level who do not have a disability versus those with a disability, and what's the difference between those. And that's what these numbers are. So our goal is to reduce that gap, and that means that we need to reduce the numbers. So in 2018, for ELA, the gap was 50 percentage points. That means if you look at this percent of students who were on grade level, who were also students with disabilities, there was a 50 percentage point gap in the aggregation between students without. And our goal now is to reduce that down for this year to 39. We were at 45 and 41 respectively at the end of last year. There it goes. So again, that is a gap in percentage points. That's not the percent of students on grade level, it's the difference between the two populations. We also looked at other demographics. So we might look at math for students who identify as Black or African American. What does that gap look like? So again, these are gaps between, in this case, it's students who identify as white and students who identify as Black or African American. Because when you make a gap, you look at either the majority of students or the non-status. So SWD versus non-SWD. And again, our current monitoring metric is based on the winter FAST assessment for this particular subject.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, may I just ask a question? Sure. When we're talking about the gaps, the achievement gaps, because I'm just looking at the chart, is it possible, even in the drop-down menu or in the metric description, it clearly states that what people are looking at is the gap?
Yeah, you might be looking at the one currently published, which I may not have that verbiage, but at the bottom of the one I'm presenting now, I put metric 2.1 values are gaps, a difference between the achievement of two student populations. Smaller numbers indicate a reduced gap between the groups.
And yes, I do see that.
Okay.
Do you see the drop down that I'm talking where it says like select a metric 2.1 mathematics?
Correct.
Is it possible in that description to identify that what people are looking at is an actual gap? Or even where it says past and projected trends, that we're identifying that what people are looking at is a gap?
Sure.
I know the fine print says that, but I worry that people look at this and they're like, oh, is this the actual achievement?
Right. We can definitely add that as a label to the dropdown. We had toyed with, as well, putting both populations of students on there at the same time, but it got very difficult to disentangle which was which with the graph. There were just a lot of data points on there, and it wasn't as streamlined as we were hoping, but to your point, it's not always intuitive to look at it in terms of it being a gap.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Two other metrics that are on this besides just ELA by subgroup and math by subgroup is English language proficiency. So our students who are English language learners take a test called Access for L's that we call WIDA, which I talked about a little bit early on, and it measures students' English language acquisition. So this is probably the only test that we have from the state that doesn't have a continuity gap because of the pandemic, because it was given early enough that we actually have results back even in the year of 2020. But you can see what our results are and where we expect to go. Students are right now taking this test for this year, so we won't have the results back until June. And then this will be updated once we have those. And because it is a state test given once per year, there is no monitoring metric. It only is updated at the end of the year. Another metric is the level 3 course enrollment, so the percent of our students in secondary who are enrolled in honors, AP, IP, ACE, or dual enrollment courses. And right now we are at 53% as of January 25, and we're expecting to go to 55%. Any questions on goal 2?
And once this is active on the website, like the current version, you will be able to go and manipulate it, and we will be bringing this information back to you again.
Yeah, I will need a meal and a little more time with this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but that, I mean, I would be running numbers. I mean, I wanna know like student athletes compared to, like, I just,
Sure,
how
sure.
fun is all of this?
Yeah.
And all of these changes are the result of the feedback that was given to us earlier this year on this dashboard. And so those are the changes that we've made based on the feedback you've given to us already.
And like I said, this was more of an introduction to these metrics.
Yeah.
We can certainly talk about, at the pleasure of the board, going a deeper dive into these numbers and seeing what they mean and what's captured in there.
Yeah, just to echo Dr. Conklin's point, I mean, this is a lot, right? So if it's just on our website, you know, are we, if you think of our brand and our, you know, I mean, are we putting details out there without enough context? You know, I mean, this is like a really high level, that, it's just something to think about. If we want to share this information, do we take the data and put it into a form that is like the general public could just go, because otherwise you just see red, which is a bad color. You know what I mean? In the sense of like, oh, that means bad maybe, and it's going this way. So it's like, not only is it like going down, but it's red, and so it just like looks alarming. So just something, I think that was a really valid point to like,
Sure.
just think through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
So I'll move on to goal 3, our social and emotional well-being. So again, we have the what and the why and the metrics. You'll find that depending on the goal, there are a different number of metrics that are included. We have 3 here. So the percentage of school staff members who are trained in youth mental health first aid. We look at absenteeism, and we look at our referral rate for services. So the one that's selected is our training of youth mental health first aid and the percent of our staff we have trained versus where we expect to get. And although it's not shown on the graph, we've met our goal so far because we're at 61% of our staff has been trained with our current monitoring metric. If we go to student absenteeism, we actually have an increase this year compared to what our goal was, and that's where you see this divergence now. Based on where we would expect to go, there's a certain percentage decrease is what we were aiming at, and that goal was not quite actualized. And our social work referrals. So that one we have already met the goal and went past it because we are above it. And I think to Dr. Conklin's point and to your point, there's a context that we need to try and add to this, I think, so that it's more consumable to the public without them knowing what it
We're
means.
gonna put it out there, right? I mean, and maybe legally we have to, but I mean, if we're gonna put it out there, like, let's make sure it's not
Sure.
yeah, thank you.
Any questions for goal 3? Goal 4, talent. So there are 2 metrics here. And if you recall, when we talked about goal 4, we had a lot of different strategies that maybe weren't easily measurable in terms of a number, like implementing a new system to capture teacher evaluation data. The implementation looks different. So these are numbers that we were able to look at that we felt were very impactful. So the percentage of vacant instructional positions after the first 2 weeks of school and the non-instructional position, the vacancy rate. This first one shown is the instructional positions and that vacancy rate and our projection to close that or to reduce that number. We are currently at 3.8%. I say currently, but it's still as of the first 2 weeks of school because that's how this measure was set. And for non-instructional positions, we are at 6.1%. As a reminder too, the 6.1 isn't reflected in the past and projected trends graph because that is the end of year graph. So that'll be updated when we come back in June with our final update for the year. Those numbers will now coalesce into one.
And board, as you're receiving and digesting all this information, I think it's important, as Chris mentioned, in June, we're gonna come back. So between now and June, looking at all the work we did this year, some of that will migrate over and continue, but other things need to occur going into next year. I especially think about HR and I think about recruitment. You know, what is the big new lift that we need to be paying attention to? And many of you have contributed in some of our workshop conversations some creative ideas. And so that in June is your great opportunity to push us back to say, hey, this is the direction we believe you'd like to go in and what that strategy will eventually roll out to be. So that's why we gave you a note taker today. I want you to be engaged and be able to provide some feedback.
I'm not trying to be annoying, but you know, as you were saying that, Superintendent Middlestat, I just kept thinking about all the work we have to do for this district. And if we continue to spend, you know, an hour at a time talking about the swim and racket club, for instance, and I'm sorry to bring it back. I'm so pleased that we're gonna have this workshop because there is so much work to be done, you know, with a finite amount of time. Quick thing, and so forgive me if it's there and I'm not seeing it. When I get my lab work done, it says here's like the normal range, right? And here's where you are and whatever. So when I, specifically to vacancy or none, do we have, Angela, this might be a question for you. Is there, what is that goal? Like obviously the hope is 0, right? Like that's the ideal, is 0. But then, so there's the ideal, and then there's the reasonable goal, like we hope to be under 2%, right? Like it'd be so cool to see whether it's a line or like, what is that?
And I hate to speak for the data guy, but I think we would need additional, we need to collect data over time to get our data points, to get the kind of trend lines that you'd like to see, that we could see what would be within that, you know, that trend line. Like when he puts up, you know, student data, you could look at the scatter plots and say, wow, look at what's above the trend line, look at what's below. We don't have that history institutionally to track that kind of data because we haven't done it yet. So the more we collect it, the more we'll be able to give you what would be the appropriate trend line, or are we below our target for a number of vacancies that are advertised and you know.
Like you don't have that data yet of like what is a reasonable
over time
goal?
Yeah, well we don't have over time what our history has been, you know, in order to give you that kind of tracking.
For like an educated, like this is what it should be.
Yeah.
I just, you know, again, as a board member, I mean, that's everything to me. Like what, you know, what is the goal? What is your goal? What are you guys working towards? And so I hear you that you're like, we're still putting all of that together.
Well, our goal, I think, is what you actually said at the beginning, 0.
0.
I mean, our goal is, because each vacancy represents a need at a school level that needs to be filled immediately. So, you know, we want to continually to get to perfect, but
And I think, remembering that this is a new strategic plan, new areas of focus, and so the previous strategic plan did not identify these as areas that they tracked, nor did they track them in this way. And so when this strategic plan was developed, from guidance from the board, as well as, some input from Dr. Stefanczyk, we wanted to ensure we had some type of dashboard where we were readily tracking this information so that we could have it available. So because it is a new strategic plan, new areas of focus, as we continue to come before you, we're going to have to make those adjustments as we continue to work through the strategic plan.
Fair enough, thank you. Angela, you were about to say something.
Yeah, just, if you look at the past trends, you can see that the goal here was set to kind of get back to what it was in 2020. It seems that the vacancy rate got a bit out of hand during the time of the pandemic. So, and I'm saying this anecdotally, but when you talk to folks in the district, hiring managers, they speak to, there was never an issue with retention and vacancy. So at least how they felt in operating their schools and departments, this wasn't a problem. And so at that 4.8%, that may be our sweet spot. Okay. That's what one of the past values was. So we can also look at some other districts too and kind of see where they're operating and, what is that?
Awesome.
What is that
Thank you.
spot, yeah.
I definitely think that is important to note that prior to the pandemic, this was not, we did not have vacancies that went unfilled. And so whereas other districts have dealt with this as a major issue, it has not been a major issue here. And so for us, we have to track that to ensure that, we are monitoring how we are functioning within those vacancies.
Yes. I love though how Angela, thank you. The sweet spot, you know what I mean? Like this is where zero is the goal, awesome. But 4.8, we're still we're are good. Things are good. 10, danger, it'd just be kind of, that's awesome.
I would say that there are basically 3 ways to measure goal attainment or a measure of success. One is comparison to a peer, another is comparison to a trend over time, and the third is just have a hard set cut. So in the absence of one of those, you have to pick something else. And Dr. Conklin, to your ask a while ago was to put the numerator and denominator for these percentages on there, and they are there now.
Excellent, thank you, you're the best.
All right, any other questions for Goal 4? Goal 5, operational efficiency. So again, this one has several metrics included in it. I know we may be looking at some adjustments to what these metrics are going forward, depending on what the needs are of the district. The one that's currently posted is the work order completion rate, and we have school lunch participation, and on-time bus arrivals. So this one spans the gamut of several places, and I wanted to show this one because we don't have prior year data for a trend. We don't have a comparison to peer because it just doesn't exist, and we don't really have a cut, although I would say you'd want 100%. But is that a realistic number to have, knowing the things are what they are?
Example, yeah.
And another one is the fund balance, which goes to Patty Warmack. That one wasn't updated because that's actually governed by statute how much we must maintain. So we are in compliance. It just we need to update the verbiage to state that. So those were the 2 I wanted to kind of show why they're the way they are, the breakdowns and the fund balance. Any questions on Goal 5? All right. Our last goal is communication. I think this goes back to something you had asked for, Ms. Hunt, as how we get the word out and how do we measure that people are coming to our social media presence. And this attempts to reach that. This first one is the social media reach. Although I don't believe it counts, maybe that's something we can look to adding, our actual website hits.
No.
So that's a metric that we could look at adding so we can look at or see an idea of who is visiting our website, the main website. And our positive perceptions survey.
That'll be going out to the end of the month. Our annual communication survey goes out at the end of March every year.
So there are still a couple of things to tweak here and there, and I can look at some of the suggestions you guys have given us before this goes public next week. We can look at adding those in there. But this covers the 6 goals and how we're monitoring the metrics and the strategies that we've discussed and outlined that we want to put in place to reach our strategic plan goals. On this dashboard, and it's not part of the goal, it wasn't asked of the last board to have some data available. This isn't updated yet because it's all end of year data, so in June this will be updated, but it will look at the percent of students who are on grade level. It will look at the percent of students, let's see if this is on grade level, I believe, and there was science specifically. And we're still working on updating this for when it happens, but as Dr. Conga pointed out, some subject areas are not included in the Goal 1 academics, so we wanted to capture what that data looked like, what those data look like here, in case this is grade 5 science, so we can see the percent of students who are on grade level in science according to the state test versus the state results for comparison, and then a change. But again, once we have more data, I'll come back and explain this to you so you can look at it as actualized this year. We also have our district mission and vision, where we stand with that. Just it's basically a page to outline those pieces. And there is a milestone map of sorts for our district accreditation and where we are at in that process. There isn't anything here to access. It's more just an informational part that we wanted to make publicly accessible and public facing, so the community knew where we were at with our accreditation process as well. And just in case if people were unfamiliar with how to navigate this, which I'm sure they would be, there is a help and navigation pane, so that outlines all the different parts of it and what they should look at. Do you have any questions about this? That was a lot all at once, I realize that, but this was just a quick look.
Thank you.
This is a great lift by multiple departments and teams bringing forward the efforts here to support the strategic plan and the way of work that we do in Flagler schools. And I think along the process that we went through during that 18 months, it was transparency. Our stakeholders need to know, our parents want to be more familiar with. And so that was the development of Chris's dashboard here. Is at the end of the day, this is great. We can report out at a board with a report that you can read, but where is the storyboard that really identifies our 6 goals and the process that we've made in achieving all of our strategics, delineations under each one. So I just want to commend Chris and all the work that he's done in working with the goal leads to bring this forward. In this manner, I think that, you know, we hone in and make it better each time we get feedback from each of you. So thank you for that, and we look forward to putting it up next week.
Absolutely. And I will say Superintendent Milstead had the foresight to want this early on, our transparency in the whole process. And this has been developing since we started developing those goals. So it's always been something that we wanted to put out there, and it's nice that we have that transparency to the public.
Thank you. Thank you.
A thumbs up from Dr. Conklin.
There you go. All right, go moving on to old business. Is there any old business?
I have a question. The superintendent contract, is that old business or new business?
Old.
Okay. In the interest of time, it's 5:20. During the retreat and the workshop, you know, a lot of emphasis was on the speed, right? And you know, kind of time is of the essence here. So I don't know if that's during this workshop or if it's during the meeting tonight, but I feel like, again, you know, Superintendent Middlestaff talked about the ripple effect, or depending on where that decision lies, at some point I feel like today we need to talk about the structure of that vote, the structure of that conversation. I mean, that's a big piece that I don't want to leave today without having them crystal clear.
Well, we have 4 months, first of all. That's what we were told. I myself don't believe that a school board with 3 brand new school board members that have only known the superintendent 3 months can make a decision without having experienced the actual evaluation process. You've not even done an evaluation. That concerns me personally. Plus the fact all three of you have no educational business background. You have various backgrounds, and that's good, and you can get your information, but dealing in education is very difficult. There's a lot more pieces to it.
Both in education and a business background, just to
Oh, yeah,
clarify.
okay, look,
Yeah.
okay. So, I'm not even sure at this point, especially now, right now, we're ready to make any decisions other than we have asked the superintendent to provide a update of her accomplishments this past year. I know that Ms. Chong had requested past evaluations, which I think was excellent to see in the evaluation process. So that gives us a basis. I think that was a good move. But I don't want us to be able to, I'm concerned that we're gonna base a very important decision and conversation on past information. I think it's very important that when we do things from what we've learned and what we've got. We will be getting our information from Superintendent Middlestat soon. At that point, we still have to wait for the data to come through on our strategic plan. Now, I believe it's next month, we're gonna be talking to all the school principals to see where their school improvement plans are and what have they accomplished. And that's important. That's part of the contract. You need to look at the contract, you need to read the contract, you need to understand it's not a very difficult contract. I've reviewed it, I think that most of you should look at it. It's very simple, I think. But it's based on two issues. And one of the biggest issue is data and strategic plan. You have to have the data. So I don't know how, 3 years ago, when they made this contract up, I don't think they even thought the possibility of having 3 brand new school board members. And you wouldn't, nobody would. I wouldn't have done it either. I wasn't there during the hiring time. So Dr. Compton, what is your point?
I'm sorry, I would kind of echo, it's funny how, things are written in the newspaper and people start asking questions or make assumptions. I honestly, given that the fact that we do have a majority of board members that are brand new, and if we didn't even have brand new board members, my assumption or my feeling at this point in time is Kathy, especially given the timeline, Kathy gives us her indication whether she is going to continue and interested in continuing with her contract. There has been no issues with her performance to otherwise think that the renewal of the contract wouldn't be in place. So for me, that wasn't a concern or a worry. I think we go through the process. I think we find out what Kathy's intention is on continuing or not continuing. Hopefully she will choose to continue. This has been a challenging 3 years as a first-time superintendent, and I will go on record as saying her ability to continue to refocus everyone's attention back on student academics has been, I have admired that tremendously. I mean, we can get into the evaluation process. We will get into the evaluation process. I think it's great to look at the previous evaluations that were done. If, as a new board, we want to change what the evaluation tool is, because I do get that sense that this board would like to utilize a tool that they have had a hand in either adopting or developing or creating or utilizing. But I think at this point, and given the timeline, my feeling was I'm waiting to hear from Kathy to get her letter. Yes, I intend to continue, but there's been no issues of employment, and we need to move on.
Okay, further conversation.
We do
Ms.
need to
Chong.
be considerate of time and also for Kathy, whatever direction we decide to go in. So very soon, I think we need to decide what direction to go in.
Yes and no. There's also the possibility of an extension. I think we need to keep that in mind. It might bear us well to consider, a year's extension if Kathy would accept that as a rollover of her contract. and then gives us the time to A, go through the evaluation, B, everybody can learn from their experiences through that time frame. And it would also give her a fair opportunity at the end of that, depending on whatever our conversations are and our determination where we're going to go, that would give her ample time to, either apply somewhere else or get employment elsewhere, if that's the case that this group decides to go in, which I'm not sure that it is. But I think that we have to be fair to all the parties involved here. This is an extremely important decision. That one thing, being in this district, as long as I've been in this district, and I would believe that, I can't think that Dr. Copeland wouldn't support me on this idea, is stability is extremely important.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Every time you make a change, you go backwards. We lose that academic focus that our teams have been working on, and that concerns me, and I want to make sure we don't do that, because we're moving along nicely academically. I'd like to keep that. I think it's fair to say, I was a coach a long time. I know you've coached. When you coach a team, you usually give them 3 to 5 years to start to really get their program in place. And that's on a normal school year, it's normal time frame. Unfortunately, when Ms. Middlestat came on board, when we got started, what do we have? COVID. We had COVID. That's tough. That's tough. And to get through COVID unscathed by our government and to get our educational process advanced as possibly can, kudos to anybody, all the superintendents that were able to pull that off during that time frame, because that was not anything anybody was prepared for. So taking that out, that whole time frame, that was like a year and a half before we finally started recovering, that we're just getting our feet wet now on getting our feet to the ground and being able to do the things strategically that we're supposed to be doing with that new strategic plan. And I'm looking forward to seeing the data, but I don't think we need to be forced into making that quick decision, getting back to what you said. I think we have options. We need to consider those options that we can discuss, and in the meantime, we'll hopefully get the materials that we need from Ms. Middlestat, as well as when we get our data, and then at that time, if we have that time, we extend that contract extension, then we can make our formal presentation of a contract, how we want to make the contract. You could change things in the contract. You might not like all the language in the contract. You have the ability to do that. So there's a lot of different things you can do. So we're not just under the gun, it has to be done. And I don't want you to think that, because like I said, we have a lot of reasons not to do it immediately.
In fairness, I certainly don't want to lose Kathy either. That's why I want to make sure my intentions are clear. Again, being one of 5 and understanding that, but there are multiple superintendent openings right now, and I would hate to see us lose Kathy as well. Just saying.
And I also want you to understand that if this board decides we need to go in a different direction, okay? Well, that doesn't happen. You don't get a new superintendent overnight. That's a 3 to 4 month process. 3 to 4 months or more, depending on who's out there. And in your first band, you might not get somebody, and again, that's taking our educational process backwards. So it concerns me. I'm one for stability. Kathy has provided that numerous times throughout the last 2 years that I've been associated with her. I don't see any reason. I guess I agree with Ms. Dr. Conklin on this, but I don't see, there's no proof. Why would we not continue? I don't see it, but I also believe you need time to understand that. If you've met with them on a monthly basis, you've had a maximum of 9 personal meetings, 3 personal meetings with her. I've had, and Colleen's had a number, and I've had a number, just because we've done our due diligence over time. So you have to build that relationship. Everything is relationships. And I'm not sure we've got there yet with our new board members, but some of you may be more advanced than others. I don't know. But those meetings, those one-on-one meetings are very important, because then you get to feel and understand the direction.
Yeah, and I guess I just want, as one of the 3 new board members, I do want to share, as of tomorrow, I will have been elected for 6 months, and really started conversations Superintendent Middlestat and I met really right away after the election. I've had conversations across the community with staff from all different levels and fields within the organization. So I think we need to probably, as a board, find a way through this new, 3 new board members. I think, I'm gonna speak for myself, but I certainly feel that I'm very, I consider myself a talented person, right? So everything you mentioned, the focus on student achievement, consistency. I mean, I would hope that I've somewhat proven myself so far to show that I am a thoughtful person, right? And that I'm certainly considering the district. I've been entrusted by our community through votes to make decisions as one vote, right, on these matters. And so I think we just at some point need to kind of work through this whole hey, newbies, I think we feel like we have a lot of value here, right? And so I just want to make sure, as the 5 of us, we see each other's value. But I will tell you, I'm getting kind of conflicting information on this process. So, for one thing, we were sworn in November, and we didn't hear about the contract until, I don't know when, I forget the date of our retreat. But, so it was interesting, in the same moment where I was hearing about the contract, it was ripple effect. You know what I mean? We've got to
No, I
get it
completely
done.
understand, because I've been involved, and I knew the valuation was coming up. I never even thought about the contract, and I assume that is my responsibility. I should have, but I should have known even myself, and I didn't even think about the contract until it was brought up at the retreat, because I knew evaluation period was coming up. That's how I focused myself, because I've been through that process. And actually, that is our responsibility as individual school board members. You get your instructions, you get your rules and regulations. I believe you all had copies, you should have had copies of the contract. That's part of the onboarding process, and we should have taken care of that. If we didn't, I'll take blame for that, because I assumed that you were getting that stuff and you had that in your pocket, but that's not, it's part of being a school board member. You get those informations, you have to know what's in them. Not just that, okay, I've got the rules and regulations for the school board or the manual. You gotta understand it. And if you don't, then bring it to the table. Dr. Conklin?
If I could just share, we're really not off that far on the timeline. Kathy, per her contract, gives us a letter prior to March 30th. And last year we got our letter on March 30th, 2022. She let us know at the last board meeting that she will be letting us have our letter before March 30th of her intention to continue. The evaluation needs to be done, and then per the contract, a meeting has to be scheduled on or before May 1st to develop the performance objectives for the following school year. So, we're still in that window. She's giving us her letter. We're behind. Actually, I don't know, Chrissy, we're right in the evaluation window.
Yeah, board, you are not behind, so bottom line, if you, yeah.
That's why okay, thank you. Just to clarify, some of the dates that per the contract we need to do.
Right.
I think if anything, at the last meeting, some of that was Kathy being respectful of getting things on the table and letting us know what her intention was.
So, exactly. So per her contract, if she were to not want to continue in this position, she's required to give the board 120 days notice. All right. That sets you up for then having to move forward. So 120 days notice, if she were to tell you she intends to resign or not want to move forward with this, that would be March 2, 2023, all right? Now, from the standpoint of how you have to move forward with that, yes, that is short notice in terms of how long it takes to secure a new superintendent, but there are things that are available to districts when a superintendent notifies with that 120-day notice. of how you would proceed. You can have an interim superintendent, either somebody from within the district, you can utilize an interim superintendent from outside. With that said, I will remind you that during the retreat, Superintendent Middlestat did share that she would like to continue on. Although she didn't provide you a formal letter, she did indicate that it was her wish, if it's the pleasure of the board, to continue as the superintendent for this district, although you haven't received that letter formally. So I would state that to you. The concern that I think Superintendent Middlestat had that was shared with you at the retreat was knowing that you all were placed into the position at the 3rd week of November as the official board member, and that because of how her contract is written and her contract expiring June 30th, for you to do an evaluation with a global picture, which includes all of the data, you will not have that data by June 30th. And so I believe at the retreat she said, so if it's your desire, before you extend the contract, if you wanted to extend her contract for 6 months so that all of that data could be available and you could finalize her evaluation, she was amenable to doing that. Or even if you wanted to extend it for a year while all of that data was gathered so that you could provide that meaningful evaluation. And then, and I will share with you, Bill Delbrug, who was superintendent years ago, when he first started, he was with the board at the pleasure of the board for 1 year. During that 1 year, it was kind of a let's see how it goes, and at that 1 year, they were like, no, we want you, and it was a multi-year contract that was then entered into. So if you feel that you want to evaluate her appropriately after all data is in, that will not happen until her contract has expired. So if you wanted to extend it for 6 months because you feel like you need to do that full evaluation before offering her that multi-year contract, that's doable. And you would extend it while that data comes in. Or if you all are comfortable with the strategic plan, the trajectories that have been and marks that have been set forth so far being met, and you're comfortable with moving forward, you could do that as well. You could do either or. I don't know if that helps you.
Just keep in mind, we did Kathy's second half of her evaluation in August because the data was then available, which goes to what Christy is talking about.
We didn't have it prior to.
Yeah.
Does that help?
It does, and we may not have all been here very long, but I know that we're all going to schools and meeting with people, and we're getting feedback as well, so.
Yeah, and that's good.
That's
Continue
something-
to do so, because we are too. Everybody does. I mean, that's your job. I get advice in Walmart, or Publix. I'm getting advice all the time. So, yeah, it's just, that's the nature, of course, of being a school board member. You will continue to do that, and, some of it's valuable, some of it's not. You just take it for what it's worth and tuck it away and use it when you can.
And this was really helpful. I will say, the M word came up the most, right? Metrics. And I will tell you that is certainly one component of this role. But there are certainly other components, Christy, I think is a little bit what you're mentioning, right? I mean, there's the component of communications, leadership, morale, right? And so there's a lot of pieces that I know myself, I'm hearing from across staff, I'm hearing from across key community members, certain things. I have my own observations. So, I mean, I think that's and we're running out of time, I know, but what I wanted to bring before my fellow board members today was I would like to figure out the structure. So, you and Dr. Conklin both mentioned it's important to me that the three of you would have completed, your one-on-one evaluation, or whatever that is. I would like to ask that whatever it ends up being, that our March board meeting, that this is on the agenda, and I don't know what.
What is this?
The contract, like can the contract, the discussion of the contract be put on the March agenda?
It would need to be discussed at the workshop first?
Well,
How's it work?
yeah, so we can absolutely, if it's the consensus of the board that you would all like to discuss Superintendent Middlestat's contract, but are you saying renewal of the contract for multi-year or extension of the contract? Is that what you're referring to as being the subject matter? And absolutely, that's very appropriate. When we entered into Superintendent Middlestat's initial contract, her contract was entered into, and if you look on board docs, you will find it was on the March 2020 agenda. It didn't start until June of 2020. However, it was entered into in March. So it's perfectly appropriate if you all feel like you have enough information, had enough interaction that you want to go ahead and say, yeah, we're good to do a full-blown renewal. Absolutely. If you want to say, look, we need to be able to process through that evaluation, so we'd like to instead discuss an extension for 6 months to complete that evaluation and complete the process, that's appropriate as well. It's how you would like to do it. So yes, it's more than appropriate for March to be a time period when you do the renewal of her contract. Absolutely.
And then just to clarify, March would be the time where we would discuss all of the options available
Yes,
for the
ma'am.
contract. And as far as, Superintendent Middlestat mentioned, certainly her career, certainly the ripple effect. And I think also time is of the essence because as we think about 23-24, right? I mean, while this hangs out there, we have a district team wondering what's ahead, right? We have parents wondering what's ahead. So I don't even want to get in the weeds right now of like, what is it? Is it a year? Is it 6 months? Is it a non-renewal? I just think for so many reasons, time is of the essence, and I would ask, I don't know if there's consensus for us to have this as an agenda item for March.
May I have a moment?
Of
just
course.
to share?
Superintendent Middlestat,
And I know I didn't hear from each of you, but just to make an informed decision, you need to have the breadth of the organization and everything that's been done under my 30 months as leading the school district. You've been here for 6 months. You're just learning everything that has been achieved under my 30 months. What I would say is you've already asked and I've already agreed to bring forth my self-evaluation, which was the letter Dr. Conklin made reference to, prior to my contract request of April 1st to you by March 17th. There's 2 weeks that I'm going to expedite getting all of my self-appraisal information together to you so you can see this year what we focused on. In addition, today's workshop gave you a great overview of the strategic plan, the assessments, where we are as a school district when it sits on academics. March is very important because the school improvement plans, our principals come to you. So I think it's critically important for you as board members be privy to all the information so you can make an informed decision.
Absolutely.
After that, when I share all that information with you, part of my contract allows for us to have one-on-one conversation time so you can give me feedback before you come to a meeting to determine if you want to do an extension or not. So I just ask that we allow, I know it's a race, but I've learned a long time ago, a race to the finish line without the process to get there first is going to create a stumble somewhere. And I just think in terms of being fully transparent and working with you, trying to achieve that in a very methodical manner so you can make that decision that you need to for the future of this district is all I ask respectfully.
Yeah, no, what was the date again of the school improvement?
So school improvement plans will be coming to
Workshop?
you.
Your information workshop in March.
Okay.
21st?
Right before then, that board meeting.
Yes,
So-
it will be the
That's-
same day.
that's
The
this meeting
17th,
in
I'll
March.
give you my
Right.
self-eval.
Huh?
Then the information workshop, the principals will do their school improvement plan updates. And then I would ask that we have one-on-one time so you can review what has been accomplished and then share any concerns that you have experienced that you might not have brought my attention at that point so we can have a good conversation.
No, I love it. And the thing is, we'll at that point have all that information. I would also think we want the opportunity for public comment, right? I don't know if there is. parents, community members. So I would assume it would be at the March information session and at the.
I'm assuming it would be at any of our meetings between
Yeah.
now and then.
Yeah,
Okay.
at any point
No,
in
the
time.
public, yeah,
At any point in
public
time.
comment.
Public comment is
But it's my
permitted.
understanding that we really want something on the agenda to give that cue to the community that, you know, this is something that's up for discussion, so.
So
if-
yes, when you are prepared to actually place her contract on the agenda, it gets placed on the agenda. Now, whether or not it gets placed on the agenda for an information workshop and a board meeting twice, that's at the pleasure of this board. As long as we provide the required notice of when an agenda item is coming before the board and we meet the statutory requirements, it doesn't have to be the working agenda workshop board meeting. It could be where at the working agenda workshop, you all say, hey, we would like to go ahead and place it on the 21st. Or you could say, we would like to, following the April meeting, because as Superintendent Middlestat has said, look, March 17, I give you my self-appraisal. You're going to hear the SIP plan, school improvement plans at the March 21st meeting. One-on-one conversations. You also could say, we'd like to hold a special meeting, and it be held after the 3 o'clock workshop, working agenda workshop. But as long as it's properly noticed, you can do that special meeting. There's so many different options and opportunities for how you can handle this. It's not cookie cutter must be this. It's just we must comply with proper notice so that, yes, public can come and comment. That is a necessity that we do. But there's different options of how we get there.
Awesome, thank you. I don't know.
Everybody else? Can we, okay.
Move on.
All right, is there any new business?
I do have two things. I don't know if you want to wait till.
I'm not sure would be, go ahead, give me quick, if we can get quick, because we're running out of time here.
We do need to start a conversation about an alternative school for children that are breaking the law. This is becoming a constant complaint like across the campuses and in our community. We just had that battering yesterday, leaving a faculty unconscious, which is horrible. You know, I'm hearing conversations about students that are constantly disruptive to classrooms, to teachers, and it's not fair to our schools. These students.
Or our staff.
Yeah, or the staff, the teachers that have to deal with this. And these students need to know there's consequences for when they're acting out. It's not okay, so.
Okay, so do I have a consensus that we need to have a conversation about alternatives?
Yes.
Yes, that's a yes.
It's a great conversation.
Okay, yes, okay, what else?
Second thing, kind of unrelated to the situation, but the Flagler Sheriff's posted that video today of the student being arrested. Okay, and let me try to choose my words carefully, but within that classroom, there was a poster on the wall pushing the LGBTQ agenda. And I want to know how much of this is going on in our schools. Like, I really do. You know, if we can't hang Bible verses or pray, then we shouldn't be pushing any kind of agenda in our schools. Our children are going there to have an education and not to have other things be pushed down their throats, especially sexuality. So,
Don't know what we would do with that.
I'll take care of it, thank you.
Okay.
I just have one thing. I know we don't have much time, but so I wish I had more time to talk about it, but I have to bring it up. I've had several parents reach out to me concerned about the mental health curriculum that has been chosen through a platform called, I believe it's Everfi. And there was one module, social identities, who are we in the world, in addition to your internal motivations, how you choose to identify yourself is another self-awareness factor to consider. You may belong to a certain social group that relate to your identity. Some are obvious, some aren't. The social identity group that you identify with can also help shape your values or what's important to you. And then it gives options, basically, for children to choose an identity, basically, is how it's presented. And it goes into social identity groups include race and ethnicity, gender, social class, and socioeconomic status, disabilities, interest, and religious and beliefs. So, religion and beliefs. And so, again, I don't know that this is our role to help children find identities. I think that's a role that a parent should be involved with, or a guardian, whoever's in charge of that child's education and support. And I've heard several people that are opting out of this because, and so real quickly, I just wanted to know that if there's a parent out there that's not happy with this content, that to know that they can opt out, to contact the school and make that request if that's something that bothers you. I did speak with Ms. Williams, who is in the counseling department, and I believe that and I got on a login myself and logged in there to review this content, and I believe that Ms. Moore did respond to say that the district was going to look into this curriculum. So I just hope that is going to happen, and so I'll just close with that.
Okay, any comments? We're running short on time, but the only thing that I can say with that is, yes, I've heard from a parent too, and I'm sorry, but I've looked at that material for a long time, and it's on the mental health side that is required. The 5 hours of mental health instruction that is required by the State Department of Education.
Well, the instruction's required, but the curriculum was for us to choose.
Yes, and then you have to send it to the FDOE for approval.
Curriculum is on the approved
Yes,
list.
it is on the approved list.
But just because it's
so
approved does
it's
not mean
approved.
that that they read it.
Well, that's the problem with the Florida Department of, yes, they can opt out, but it's also, that's an issue with the
But
Florida
this has been
Department of
going on
Education.
since 2019. This is the
Yes.
same curriculum since 2019 that has been out there. So,
It is approved curriculum through the Department of Ed.
Right.
well, it
So
is.
that's
but-
where the
but
argument is.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
curriculum that has been approved that has been also pulled out. So, it doesn't
They'll have to
necessarily.
pull it out, yeah.
I'm just saying, just because we can't just go off of just, it was approved and say that's it. I get it from a perspective that as a board, we trusted that, right? So, I mean, yeah, we can't read every single thing, but this is here, so.
I went on the EverFi website searching and trying to, find something that I might find a problem with. Is there a way to see more? Because I just don't feel like I got a full picture of just the website.
I have no idea, but they have a lot of curriculum we don't use. We only use specific curriculum, and that's the same curriculum that was recommended to us by NEFAC. And NEFAC's our consortium that felt that this was the best curriculum to meet the needs of the state legislation came through, that we had to do that. And that's where it came from.
Well, Chair, it wasn't just NEFAC, it's across the entire state in terms of resources, but
Yes.
Ms. Moore is definitely going to
Yeah,
reach
it's
back
gonna
out
be reviewed. It's
with
gonna be
those
reviewed,
materials.
But yes.
Board.
It is.
I don't want to short shift. We did have one member of the public who did want to make a public comment, and I don't want time to expire.
Public-
Are we allowed to be tardy?
Public comment,
It's
you're up.
3 minutes, so.
We'll just run over there.
Sorry,
Miss Channing.
sorry, Miss
No.
Channing.
And it's on the Guardian program.
Okay.
Yes, on the Guardian program, because I wanted to respond to why it is that the last school board had voted for the Guardian program. And just so you know, 46 out of the 67 counties of Florida does have the Guardian program. It is considered the #1 active shooter program. And the reason is it's a very special training. It's actually the shooting, the training itself is so intense. Actually, the screening for the people is so intense. They have, in terms of the psychology and whatnot, that's why out of the 112, they had only 12 people actually pass that whole thing and got trained. the training itself, in terms of the firing and shooting, is more intense than the basic training for the academy for basic recruits for law enforcement. They actually have 80 hours of shooting. They are trained, and this is something we learned from our founders of Moms for Liberty, because one of them is actually a guardian. They are trained to automatically run into the shooter. So she actually told us at one of our trainings, she said, you know, she said, if a mass shooter came in right now, she said, I am so trained, I would automatically run into that mass shooter, into the bullets, even knowing that I would die. She said, I would run into them. She said, it's automatic. So it's considered the #1 training. So what happened with the last school board is they had voted for it. Then at the very last session, there was some talk about, well, how do we fund this one part? One of the school board members was gone. It was kind of a lame duck moment. One of the school board members was gone. So it was tabled with the idea that, okay, you all, the new board, would figure out on how to do it. At that point, there was, in terms of funding resources available, there was the new tax that was available on the school tax that they had done on the houses themselves. That had been kind of almost doubled. Then you had still, in lieu of the half-cent tax was about to get voted on, so now that's been carried over for another 10 years. And then now we have the property taxes have been raised 15%. So I can assure you, our community is going to expect you to buy the best. They're going to want you to fund the best. Not, especially in terms of what you just raised there, in terms of, we've got some demographic issues as far as violence. Not to mention, we have had in the last 6 weeks a couple mass shooting threats as posted.
I have to cut you short, but I appreciate you staying and waiting.
Yes,
and to have that conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
All right, is there anything else? I'm going to adjourn this meeting, and I'll see you at the 6 o'clock.